we got the new double gang outlet inserts for the home theater system. On this side, we have regular power. We've got USB type A, and we have USB type A there. And then over here, we have Ethernet cable, which we're not using, and then a HDMI cable. We've already pre-wired, so we have power here, we have Ethernet here, and we have HDMI. So all we have to do is put the power in here, wire that up to the back of this, put the Ethernet right into there, the HDMI right into there, and then the TV is updating for the last hour at least, and it's ready to install another update. Let's get this here installed. And I'm gonna do power on the left, so I'm gonna do power right there. I'm gonna do HDMI and Ethernet right there. And I got my screwdriver over here ready to go. And on my tools. So all I need for this is my Phillips head screwdriver and my workman's pliers. Whenever you wire up this, when you wire up an outlet, neutral is always on the left. So the white wire always goes to the left. This is an odd one because they're usually on each side. In this case, they are all on one side, so we have to see which one is neutral and which one is hot. Okay, so right here it does say white, and then right here it says hot. So white is always neutral, and so when you connect this to the outlet, you always want to go in the direction that the screw tightens up. So when we undo the screw, you see how it goes to the left like that? So it loosens to the left, counterclockwise. So when you put the screw back in with the wire, you always want to go in the direction of the tightening. So for the white, you just take your workman's pliers like this, you do a loop like that, and then we'll go ahead and do this one too. But they're both going to go clockwise, so to tighten. So those are ready, and then we'll do the ground too, I guess. So these guys are ready to go. Loosen the ground. I'll do the ground first. And then sometimes you have to actually hold the wire while you put it in because it will tend to back out. So if you keep pressure on it like that. So that's the ground. Just like that. And just kind of hold pressure on it while you tighten it. It helps to have like a regular screwdriver too. And then believe it or not, these electrical connections can actually get loose over the years just from the electricity. So it helps if you really torque them down with a manual screwdriver. All right, so that thing's ready to go. Now, all we have to do is put it in like that, and it should have screws. I like to leave them loose though, so when we get the wall plate in, we can move this around if it's not squared up with the wall plate. Okay. On the way. I'm the worst at this stuff. I really can't. I'm not good at getting the wires back in the box. Kind of force them in there instead of doing like what electricians do, which they fold it like a certain way. I can't do that. All right, now we got to get both of these straight to put the faceplate on. So we're going to loosen this up a little bit so we can go left to right. I can tell already this thing is like leaning towards you. Yeah. So I leave it a little loose, and then I let the faceplate kind of tighten down way better. These will pull up to the faceplate. I have them really tight though because I was trying to get them straight. Yeah. All right, so the next step is power down here. So I'm just gonna pull out this, and I have power already run down here. All I have to do is connect it to the power strip. This should have power at that point, or either blow up my house. So this has no indications of power on, has no LED lights, nothing like that. So I think the best way to test this is just get my phone charger. Okay, so we're gonna plug the phone in right now where you guys are actually recording, and we know if it starts charging. Okay, so the phone started charging, so we have power, this thing's good to go, and we're ready to mount the TV. What do you think? All right, Patricia's here helping me, and today We are putting this 75-inch Amazon Fire TV on the wall, but first we have to actually install our Govee DreamView LED kit. And over here on the table we have the Govee DreamView. This is designed for 65 to 75-inch TVs. So there is a certain pattern that we have to install this on. So we have to get out the instruction manual and check how we're supposed to install this. I have them in the bedroom, I have them in the studio, so I've done it. But I only did it correctly in the studio. I think I messed up in the bedroom. So there's a strip. These are 3M stickies to help keep the LED strip from coming off. That is the actual controller. So we put that somewhere back here where we can reach it.
Yep, okay.
That's where it starts. And so there's a certain pattern we have to go in, and we're gonna have to get the manual out. What's in here? Let's get the manual out and see how we're supposed to actually install these.
Nick.
Deal?
Deal.
Okay, let's go. Ready? Tell me when I'm close.
We're close. My side is on.
Mine on?
No, back. Go back some.
Mine on?
You look like you were.
Mine on now?
I can't see it over there. Hold on. Don't move.
We gotta go all the way your way too, by the way.
Yeah, there we go.
That's it. That's it?
No cords.
That's kind of money right there. Patricia just satted the TV and we connected it hardwired, so it's Ethernet. There's no Wi-Fi on this at all, and you can see we have like a good connection here. So the next thing we have to do is set up our Govee DreamView. We have the camera there. Now we have to take our setup kit. So they give you these little setup oranges things, and you put them There. So you put them on all the quadrants. And then you go to the app, find the dream view, and set up dream view. So let's do that right now.
Yes.
Guys, today we have gotten rid of the furniture on the porch, and we have this whole entire load of IKEA furniture to put together today, right out here in the beautiful Florida sunshine. I'm so happy to have you guys with us today, but we got a lot of work to do. So let's get busy and stop talking on Supercar Straight Racing. Let's go. All right, 4 hours later, and we have finished assembling the furniture. I tried to do this in a pair, so I did both of them at the same time. One step, yapper, and this is how it came out. So these are mirror images, and I think this looks fire, dog. I'm just gonna move everything over like an inch or two to fit on the carpet here. That. This one here.
Let's go! I had a mouthful of food.
Let's go! Second part of the equation of the outdoor furniture switch over and refresh is this lounge chair and table set here. We got to get this out and get it put together. One of them is a table and chair. The other one is just a chair, and it is from Hdmi Outdoor Living with very good reviews. Let's get these outside, get them unboxed, and have probably the most fun ever by building more furniture that only took 4 hours to do the other set, guys. Okay, they gave us this nice toolkit with the accessories, but I went ahead and got my bit for these Allen head right here, and now let's go ahead and get this thing opened up and put together. All right, we got both the chairs built now and the table. They definitely feel cheap, way cheaper than these guys over here did, and they're just not that much cheaper. I kind of wish I would have gotten metal ones instead. They have some metal, but it's mostly plastic. And, you know, I had a few issues getting them together, but nothing big. But yeah, these are the new chairs there. That rounded off the new patio furniture there. And now let's throw it into Supercar Street Racing and Brad to see how you can get both of your sets of these on Amazon and IKEA. We're back at the 4K production studio today. My name is Brad, and if you haven't been to our channel, welcome. And I'm so happy for your support and for your subscription and your like. And we're taking a look today at this IKEA furniture that I bought, and this is the Rev Scar, along with the Duve-Holman seat pads, Duve-Holman cushions, and the Frozen covers for the IKEA furniture. Now this entire order was $1,487, and it comes with everything you need to go ahead and build this set for your patio. Now it is made of metal, there is no wood except for the table part that looks like little slots. And then the other furniture was ordered from Amazon. Here's a look at the Hdmi Outdoor Living Patio Shea Lounge. It has good reviews, but I'll be honest, it does feel kind of cheap. I like my metal furniture way better. But this guy has a 4.7 star review, so not too bad. Guys, please support the channel by liking and subscribing. Now, I don't get any money from IKEA if you buy from them, but if you buy this set from Amazon, I will get a small amount of money for the purchase or anything else that you click through any of my links to buy. Now, I don't have time to hang out here all day and talk to you guys. I have to go assemble 1,000 furniture.
You're gonna lose viewers.
This slaughter is literally just from here down.
I'm saying you're gonna lose viewers. Let's be
My
honest.
gain. All right, we got our Samsung A7 Lite tablet here right now. We got our magnetic mount already mounted in the dash. I hot glued it to the back of the dash. Now I have to take this little metal plate here and put it right in the center, and that will be how the magnet works. Let me do that now and I'll let you guys know how it comes out. Got the magnetic mount on the back of the tablet, and so this thing should just literally magnet to the dash now, right here. So let's see how it works. And they are, oh, it's so good. Like, perfect. Look at this, guys. It looks like it was meant to be there. This is awesome. Look at the tablet. And it sticks perfect. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe that's not gonna work. I mean, honestly, a good bump might send that. I might have to get another one for the bottom. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty strong, but I'm going to have to put another one on the bottom for sure. Yep, one's going right there too. But that's pretty cool, look. Yeah, it's gonna have to take two. Good morning, guys. It is Sunday morning. Jaguars won last night. Everybody was freaking out. So cool. So just a little update. So we got a lot done yesterday. This is the current state of the amp rack. We've got the 12-volt inverter here. We've got the Rockville amp here. We got the voltage reducer here. We've got the fuse for the amp here. 12 volts going over to the voltage reducer. All these 12-volt wires are ready for whatever they need to power. We've got a 48-volt wire ready here to power the voltage reducer, and actually on this side it's going to the master switch. So I haven't figured out where I'm going to mount this yet, how I'm going to do this. This switch is going somewhere under the seat to turn off all the 12-volt accessories if I want to when I stop the cart. You know, that way just so the amp and everything else turns off. This stays on all the time, and this will actually turn off with the cart. I'm thinking somewhere in here. I just don't know yet. Not sure. There's not a great place for it. Maybe there. That kind of would work right there. But it's got to have 48 volts going to it. My wire's only that long. I'm going to end up running out of red wire, it looks like. I don't know how much I have. Yeah, I don't have that much left. Unfortunately, I got all that. One of these 12 volts goes to this Invertec. We just weren't sure about the seat rails yet, so we didn't do that. Sorry, I'm like half asleep, but it's like 5 in the morning. And the most important thing is I got the magnet system and the tablet. So let me show you the tablet first. So this is the Samsung A7 Lite. And the reason I got the Lite is because it has cellular. If I wanted to do cellular, I could do that. The A7 doesn't. It's bigger, 10-inch, but honestly, I want to show you how perfect this is. So the tablet sits right there with the magnet. Now I ordered a second magnet for the bottom because this isn't going to hold when we hit a big bump. It can slide out pretty easy, but I don't think it will once a second magnet is on the bottom. And if that doesn't work, I'll do a third and a fourth on the sides. But I think a second one's going to hold it, if not a third one. But check out how good that is. It just came out absolutely perfect. I've got a ton of video from yesterday. So much video that I'm going to have to edit it down. The camera ran for hours and hours while we worked. We got the rear speakers installed here and the rear quick charge USB port, however, and the front quick charge USB port. However, we were drinking at the time and I didn't even think about it, but we didn't wire them up, so now they're really hard to get wiring to. Yeah, so that's the current state. I have a lot of work to do here. I'm actually going to have to probably pull a couple of these batteries so I can work right there and get the fuse block in. This fuse block is what is going to drive everything that doesn't have a fuse. And so if we want 12 volts, we got to put 12 volts here and ground here. So that's what I'm doing today. I am working on all this today, and I'll keep you guys updated as I go. I don't even know what to do first, honestly. The hard part is once this seat is up, it's going to be almost impossible to get to the controls here, which I'm kind of worried about. Our RCA contraption is a little bit haggard. I don't like it, but it's all we had. We have come out of our Bluetooth adapter and we had to split that to feed 3 channels, so we did Y adapters, and we'll just crank the gain up on the amp if we have to make that work. But yeah, that's our current state, and I will keep you guys posted as we go. Hey man, what are you doing?
Learning calculus again. What?
So I just got a notification on my phone that I think we got a delivery. We might want to go get it from out front so it doesn't get stolen. Should we go out there? I mean, it doesn't fit in the mailbox.
Oh. Well, since you have a camera, I guess I have no choice.
Let's go.
Must be something good. All right.
Let's go check it out.
They lied.
Gotta be here. Oh, wait a minute. There.
Oh, what's this? That's a scooter.
Big box.
This is a nice scooter.
Looks like it's a nice scooter. Let's drag it through the house and into the garage.
Oh.
Get it unboxed. Drag it to the garage. What's that?
This ain't your... Bro, you're... What the heck? What's going on here, man? You got two of these things.
We do have two of these things. We have two Navi SC3 Pro scooters to play with. This one's already ready to go, but this is yours. This is mine. We're gonna be able to customize them for ourselves, whatever we wanna do to them. We each got our own scooters. So all we have to do is get this thing unboxed. And to do that, we're gonna need some tools.
Wow.
Thank you, Navi.
When you say my scooter...
This is yours. You get to take this home with you.
Shut up. Come on. What?
That's right, man.
This thing's gonna be sick. This thing looks nice.
Ready to go.
Wow.
So I guess today, this is our mission, to get this thing unboxed like this one, and go ahead and see if we can set yours up, get your app set up and all that, and go rip these two things.
Wow. Let's do it, man.
All right, let's do it. Hey, what's up everybody? We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound garage right now with something special from Navi. They reached out to me a few months ago and said, hey, do you want to take a look at our SC3 Pro scooter? Joe, take a look at what we found outside today. What is this thing?
Well, yeah, I was obviously surprised when we went out to the front door to see this sitting there. From the quick research that I did in a few minutes in prepping for this video, like, this thing is awesome. This thing has a lot of bells and whistles, including the first thing I love from a security standpoint is it has a built-in AirTag from Apple, which is great. I'm an Apple guy, you're not a big deal, but I'm gonna be able to take both scooters and add those to my account. So if this
Wait a minute, what other scooter? What are you talking about?
Well, you already showed them that scooter. So this thing has a lot of different features to it. One of my favorite is from a security standpoint that it's got an Apple AirTag included in it, which is awesome. This thing has a ton of range, I believe up to like 46 miles on one charge. It'll also go 25 miles an hour, which is scooting pretty fast. This thing is just awesome. There's so many different things that I can talk about, from the suspension to the lighting, everything. This is a super awesome scooter.
I'm so excited to have two of these. We have something special planned for these two. We're not gonna reveal that. You're gonna have to watch to the end of the video to see what happens, but we have something special we're gonna do with both of these scooters. One of the scooters is already built and sitting behind the camera. I didn't want to reveal that yet till we had both of them, but we need to get this scooter out of the box. And if we look at the front before we do that, basically this guy has dual suspension. It has a dampening arm for the suspension, and it can climb a 28-degree slope. And if you look over here, maximum power 1,350 watts, which is gonna allow you to do some really good climbing and get some good speeds. It'll do 25 miles per hour maximum speed. It has a triple braking system, and this is supposedly one of the best high-quality scooters made. It is not cheap. The box was heavy. It took two of us to get in here. So what do you think? Should we get this thing unboxed?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it right now. All right, I'm here with Dukes of Duval, and we're in front of the Navi SC3 Pro scooter, the best scooter made, in my opinion. And we're gonna go ahead and get this thing unboxed now. Are you ready to do it?
Let's do it.
Get the knife out, let's go, the Black & Decker. Okay, so the first thing is we just had two straps holding them down, and we have now some tape to deal with. Looks like that's about it. We got some styrofoam, and it looks like in this one, Joe, we have a charger.
Yep.
So this looks like the charger for it. Just like a regular power brick charger, nothing substantial. And then there's a bag here with a power plug for the charger. That comes also with that. A little bag of screws and a wrench, so we're gonna have to assemble this. It's not much. I think it's 4 screws or 3 screws, I can't remember. And then the actual scooter is now in the box. Another styrofoam. And then the nabby should just come right out of the box. And it does have a kickstand. You can go ahead and put that kickstand out.
Man, I tell you, this is really nice to come almost fully assembled.
Almost
like
ready
this.
to go, right?
Yeah,
So
it really is.
all we should have to do from memory is lock the front in place with that lever.
Locks right in, that's easy.
Should be it. And now this stuff here, there's going to be one wire that's going to go down into the front fork right there. So all you do is tuck the wire in like this, the neck in there like that.
All right, so now we're just gonna go ahead and install the 4 Allen screws that go in here. They give you one extra one just in case you lose one, but it looks like this is the only screws that you have to use on this entire assembly to get this thing put together, which is awesome. And it looks like there's some thread lock that's put on there. That's the blue stuff that once you tighten it down, these should stay in there pretty nice.
So there's 2 in the front and 2 in the back, correct?
Yep.
Okay. That is going to be the entire assembly, which I love that. You really don't have to do anything.
I gotta be honest with you, for something this nice, you know, you think it's gonna take a while to put together. It does not. It is very quick. That is the fastest I've ever put anything together.
Now there's going to be a couple more steps after that just to get this thing completely unboxed. We're going to need to go ahead and cut off your tag here and take off the plastic and the deck down here. So,
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take the tag off
okay.
here. Got some plastic we gotta rip off.
Just underneath the wheels, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Looks like you're going to have to take off this protective deck cover as well. Rip that off. This thing's unboxed so good.
All right, looks like the display screen has a little bit of protective film on there with some information for, it looks like maybe downloading the app that goes with it. All right, so I just downloaded the app, setting up my username and password, which was very easy to do. Now I'm gonna go ahead and take off this screen protector here, where I was able to find the QR code to download the app, which is very easy to do.
Right.
All right, now with that being said, I believe we have to power it on, and then we just need to link the devices. All right, power's on.
Power came on.
All right.
Looks like your battery's at 50%.
Yep.
All right, so you're going to go ahead and add a device now, huh?
Correct. I'm gonna go link the device.
Okay, found it already. Look at that.
That was fast. Link the device.
Cool.
Sound like we're connected. Writing.
you have to
So there's
register
a
the
writing guide that goes along with it.
You can skip that.
Yep. All right. We're connected.
Awesome. So you can see your scooter now and all the perimeters, right?
Yep.
Okay, we're out here with Joe's ST3 Pro here from Navi, and we did power it on and pair it to the app. What's our next steps here?
Yeah, so it's charging right now, which is pretty easy. I think we're gonna let it get to a pretty good charge before we take it on its first official ride.
Okay, yeah, and then here's the actual charger. So it's a power brick and it comes with a separate power cable. And basically here, when the bike is charging, it will be red or green when it's fully charged. It'll turn fully green. Now there's some other things you can set in the app, like that has to do with the lighting and the acceleration and the rate of acceleration right off the rip. So all that stuff can be set up in the app. So I'll show you guys that separately, but we're already good to go on this thing. It was literally a 10-minute setup and now it's just got to charge for a little while.
It took more time to get it out of the box than it did to assemble it. That's how fast it was.
Absolutely. Now let's go get the other one and put it right next to this one while they charge.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, we're back in front of our ST3 Pros. We got both of our ST3 Pros right here on the chargers. I think Joe's is at 58% right now, so we're letting it charge up a little bit. But we wanted to get together with you guys and talk a little bit about the features of these guys. So one of the cool things is there is a variety of ranges available depending how fast you want to go.
Yeah, so I think the speed also is indicative to how far you can go. So if you want a top speed, of course, you're going to go less distance.
Right.
But if you want a longer, then you put it on eco mode. So I think there's 3 particular modes, right?
Yeah,
Eco?
sport and drive.
Correct.
So in eco mode, you get 47 miles. In sport mode, you get 20. So there's a trade-off there.
Yeah, absolutely. But depending on what you're doing and how fast you want to get there, obviously you can change in the settings pretty quickly.
Yeah, you just have to plan your trip. Another thing about this thing is that we didn't even know till we started researching is it has a 1,350 watt brushless motor.
Yeah, the brushless part is a big thing, right? So a lot of the newer motors are all coming brushless, and what it basically does is it's less wear and tear on the motor, so it lasts for a lot longer. I have a good idea that these things are going to last for a long, long time.
Cool, I'm excited about that. It says it might last 10 times longer than a normal motor.
I would believe it with brushless.
All right, another cool feature of these awesome electric scooters are the suspension system. This is not a toy. This has a dampening system that uses a dampening arm.
Yeah, and actually there's two of them. There's one for the front and one for the back.
That's so awesome.
So much smoother.
It really does. I've ridden them, and what we initially I think thought was the bike trying to like pop a wheelie was actually the suspension moving on acceleration, which is very cool. Now these things also have cool lighting effects. Now they have regular headlights and taillights and a reflector up front here, but they also have ambient LED lighting.
That's true, yes. I think it's multicolor depending on what you want, correct?
It is, and you can control that all with the app. So as long as you have the headlight and the taillight switched on, you can turn on the ambient lighting with the app, and there's this cool stripe on the side that we'll show you guys on video later.
And also to mention is that it has a working brake light. So if you apply the brakes, the light is going to get brighter, which is awesome.
That is very cool. So, I mean, it literally has street legal lights on it, even though, and another thing we should talk about is these are legal in the state of Florida to be ridden on Florida roads without any kind of registration, and you don't need a driver's license. So let's talk about the other cool thing about this bike, the braking.
Yeah.
Now, this thing has 3 types of braking.
Yeah, it does. Yep. So you have braking for both the front and the rear. But the third one is the most important, which is regenerative. And as you guys know, we like golf carts, and that's what they have on all those. So it's very cool to see that technology here. So it does have a setting inside of there that I think you can do 3 levels, right? Depending on how much you want the regenerative to stop the scooter itself. But I will tell you, as a person that loves using it, I'm going to put mine on high and allow that to brake for me so that I don't wear my normal brakes out.
Okay, so I've only tested on the lowest setting. We actually put both of ours on turbo for regen, so I'm excited to see if that gives us any battery. And I'm excited to see the braking because as in our cars, the regen's awesome. We don't ever have to use our brakes hardly.
Correct. One of the great things that I love about this, much like our golf carts, is that they're all aluminum frame, which is really, really good for longevity, right? What we don't want to do is to get out in the elements and find ourselves dealing with a bunch of rust. Aluminum is going to stand the test of time, so I'm really excited about that part.
Same here also. And also a cool feature of these guys are they have tubeless tires, almost like a regular motorcycle or car, and they are self-sealing as well.
Yeah, so in the event that you run over a nail or something in the road, looks like it seals itself back up.
We're gonna find out. And also one other thing, they have a set of ergonomic handlebars on each one, and I have ridden this quite a bunch now, and I'll just tell you that it's all about your riding style. If you can get on it and not just go crazy on the grip, you can actually ride comfortably for a little while, but that does help a lot. And it's got a bell.
So one of the great features about this is that it has a thumb throttle, which makes it very easy, so you can still hold on with a nice grip on it as you're riding, so you can use your thumb to accelerate when needed.
Also, it's also kind of a safety feature because on a bike with a twisting, you can actually lose the bike and turn it wide open and it can literally fly out from under you. With this, when you let go, the acceleration literally stops. So that's a good safety feature.
So one of the other great things is that it has a very wide deck on here, which is good to get your feet in the position that you want for long-term rides. You want to be comfortable, which is great. And it's also rubberized.
Very good. Yeah, that does help a lot when you're riding. And it does also have your heel kick right there in the back, as you can see. So this thing also has ABS and it has anti-skid acceleration too, so you don't spin the tires, and it's all configurable inside the app. So another cool feature about this bike is the display here. So this thing has all the information you need to ride. It also is interactive, so it can work with the braking system and the power button to set some of the features on the bike and also to unlock it. and it shows you everything from like Bluetooth to your speed and your battery charge. And I know we talked about this before, but this thing has the ability to unlock and lock from the app.
And the fact that it has Find My app built into the scooter itself. So for your Apple users, you know how great that is. So if you lose this or it comes missing, you can obviously track it down very easily.
Absolutely, and you can do two forms of locking also on the bike. You can set it to unlock with a password, which is configured and unlocked on the actual bike, or you can set it up with a Bluetooth unlock so that when you walk up to the bike, all you have to do is do a certain couple of things and the bike unlocks for you and nobody else can steal it.
Let's stay close for a little bit. Dude, I did pop a wheelie.
We need something way louder. All right, you guys just saw Joe and I test out these awesome Navi ST3 Pro scooters. We did a very long trip on these and it was awesome. We had a blast. Now it's time to see what these guys can do off-road. Let's check me out going through the park right now on the Navi ST3 Pro. right, what's up everybody? Good morning. It is Sunday morning. It's football day. And I have my USB 5 volt to 12 volt up converter here to try and power the screen for the scooter. So all my plan is right now is to see if this works. If it does work, then I'm going to solder it on, but we need our power bank. Now, we also discovered very quickly that the amount of power going through the bag charger cable was way too high for that cable, and it literally was almost melting. So we're going to need a different cable for this, but it's really easy to see if this works because I have the wire for the Android Auto screen right here. All you have to do is hook it up and then try it. Let's get this thing connected up and see what happens. This is our USB 5 volt to 12 volt up converter. So let me see if this will power up our Android Auto screen. Here's our power pack, but I want you guys to see firsthand if this thing comes on. I've got my power pack right here. It is on. All right, it says 12 volts on the display of the power pack. Is our screen on? It is. It is on. Wow, that's so freaking cool, man. I'm so hyped. All right, I have another mission. I am going to go ahead and permanently run the wiring for the screen. All right, we know that works. Let's turn it off. So basically, I'm gonna drill a hole in this bag and run the power through there. Okay, my wire and my screen are tied up nice. It's gonna come right down here and into the back of the bag. I went ahead and got my drill bits right back here. Close as I can to the wire. It is very tight, so I like that. I'll just put a little bit of black silicone sealer on the inside around it to keep the water out, just in case I get caught in the rain. But step up converter. Now I'm gonna have to solder this to my other wire. Done. There's our battery bank. The power came on and our screen is turned on. We're going to go ahead and heat shrink around this as well. All right, we got our screen installed. We got our converter installed. Our battery pack is inside of here powering the screen. The Bluetooth speaker works as well. And we are using Android Auto from my phone, and you can see Waze right here. Okay, so here's some of the things on the home screen. Android Auto, CarPlay, Bluetooth setup, and then setup of the actual tablet and a calendar. Hey, what's going on everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy to have you on the channel once again for something super special. You guys saw what just happened. Joe and I got two Navi ST3 Pro scooters. We went ahead and took them out and did an awesome excursion. We went about 6 or 7 miles at one time. Didn't even get close to coming less than 50% battery power. What you see on the screen right now is the Navi ST3 Pro. Navi sent us two of these and we were so happy to go ahead and check them out, modify them, and in the process, we added another sponsor to the mix. Lamto sent us their 7-inch wireless motorcycle CarPlay system, does Android Auto also, and we put it directly onto our Navi ST3 scooters. It was a very cool project. You see, we can do everything from there and play out the music on our Bluetooth speakers as well. What a cool time we had with Navi and Lamto on this collaboration for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and pick up your Navi ST3 Pro. These things are awesome. They are not kids scooters. They have full suspension, so they work great on any ground. You saw me go into the park as well. They work great on the road, and when you go over bumps, they do an awesome job of keeping you safe. They'll go up to like 47 miles if you keep the power level down. They are very fast, they have a lot of torque, no problems climbing hills or anything like that. The Navi ST3 Pro is the real deal. If you like scooters and you are not a child, this is not a child scooter. You will want to put an adult on this because it is a bad boy. Now I'm going to have a link in the description to both the Lamto, GPS, CarPlay, Android head unit for motorcycles, and one for the Navi ST3. Please click through our links in the description to buy all your products for Supercar Street Racing. It helps us out greatly. We get a few dollars here and there, enough to keep the channel going. And also, I want to thank you guys for over 225,000 subscribers. That's absolutely amazing. We couldn't do it without you guys. You are our support system. This video was crazy and it took me forever to edit, so I got to get out of here. I have to get out of here. All right, guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and in front of me today in the SCSR office, we have something that is neither a camera or a duck, but it is a cam duck, and it did come in a plain brown box here with just this duck on top, and we can see it also right up here on Amazon if we click on that. So today our mission is simple. Cam Duck asked us to get with you guys and take a look at the cam duck and see if you like it. And I have one right here in front of me, so I am going to be opening this momentarily with you guys. Yes, this is the Cam Duck XN BK. There are two versions available up here. One is with a SD card and one is not. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a proud sponsor. Cam Duck has sponsored this video, and they have sent us a Cam Duck XN BK to check out today on the channel. And what exactly is a Cam Duck? Well, this is a hidden camera charger. It has motion detection and it is wireless, and we have one right here today to check out and unbox on the channel. Now, taking a look at the plain box, as I said before, there is not really a whole lot on the box at all except for the front. There is that cute little Cam Duck logo looking so cute and fresh and fly. And up here on the screen you can see that they are $89 at this time, and it says it's discreet. You can barely tell that this thing has a camera on it. Apparently it has night vision, 4K video quality, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, device sharing, and instant alerts for motion detection. And going through the pictures up here on the screen, which we will also do later in the production studio, we can see here continuous innovation, things like that. Completely hidden, ultra wide angle, etc., 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 remote viewing. You can connect directly to the camera without Wi-Fi using Bluetooth if you have to, and there is an app to go with this camera. So let's take a look at what's inside the box now. Okay, we have the Cam Duck in front of us right now on Supercar Street Racing, provided by the manufacturer to go ahead and take a look and do a review. So let's go ahead and see what is inside of the Cam Duck box here. And right on top, you do actually see the Cam Duck, and look at that. It has 4 regular 110 volt outlets on it, and they are sideways, which means it might be easier to put power bricks on it. It does have a screw hole here, so you can actually secure it to the outlet if you want to. And then up top here, it has 2 USB Type A and 1 USB Type C connector for direct connection to charging your devices. Now, looking further into the box, we do see the user manual here, which we will look at in a minute. We also have a micro SD to USB. Let's go ahead and open that. Yeah, this is just a SD card reader. You put your micro SD card right in the top. Cool. But it's only USB 2.0, unfortunately. No USB 3. Here is the screw that you can use to secure the Cam Duck to your actual outlet if you wish to. You have to take off your cover plate to do that. And then further inside the box here, we do have a blue. Wow, this is interesting. But it does look like this guitar pick. That's a guitar pick. And that's all that's inside the box for the Cam Duck. We do not have a SD card, was not provided for this, so we would have to supply our own if we want to record, I'm assuming. Now, looking at the front of the Cam Duck right here, there is a reset button right here, if you notice, right next to the actual camera eye. This must be audio mic. Doesn't say. I know what this is for now, to take off the back plate to get to the SD card slot, which is right there. And they did not provide one, so I have one. I will go grab it now. All right in front of me, there is a very small 4 gigabyte SD card. So that will not record for long, but this is just for testing. Okay, it just does go simply like that. And this is cool because if anybody took out this from the wall, they would never know. And then your SD card cover just does pop right back on like that. Okay, we just did insert our SD card in the hidden pocket beneath the back of the cam duct. And now continuing through the manual here, it does have an infrared lamp on the bottom. This part right here is an infrared lamp. These are all charge ports, USB Type A, USB Type A, and USB Type C, and it does provide 5 volts and 2.1 amps. Now we will go over the lights and what they mean when we go ahead and plug in the cam duct and start configuring it, but there are different colored lights to let you know what is going on with the operation of the cam duct. Now downloading the app is pretty simple. There is a QR code provided here to download it, or you can search for the cam duct app manually. Let's go on our phone here and get that done real quick. Okay, we are now on the phone here, and all we have to do supposedly is scan. We're also recording on the phone, and it did go ahead and prompt me to open up this link, and there is the cam duct Android and iPhone download. Let's go ahead and download it and install it. And the device is installing cam duct. It says app access opening. And it does want permissions. I'm going to go ahead and grant while using the app. I'm going to go ahead and set everything allow, and we'll go ahead and start on the app. It does click the plus sign in the upper right to add a camera. We have not plugged this in yet. Let's move this whole thing to, all right, we have moved the official party to the kitchen now. And so we are going to go ahead and plug in the cam duct to this outlet here. And if you want to, you can remove the plate and you can secure the cam duct via this little screw hole right there, but let's go ahead and plug it in. Now, this is not directly facing my door. I could put it over to the left here where it is. I kind of want to check the angle. Now it is flashing blue and red. You can see the two lights there, one flashing blue rapidly and one flashing red. The blue light flashing means camera is not connected to Wi-Fi. Not sure, but it says red light on until off, SD card is recognized. Red light and blue light mean the camera factory settings have been restored. Now all the lights have gone out in the camera. Let's go ahead and click add on the app. I'm going to go remote monitor setting instead of close range monitor setting. It is now asking me for the model, and I did find the model number. It is asking me for the password. Now it says if the camera, please check if the camera was plugged in and there are lights flashed after plugged in. It wants me to power off and power back on the camera. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, I heard it reset. If blue light flash until off, please tick. And all the lights did turn off again. I am super confused. Let me look at the instructions. All right, it says turn on Bluetooth on your mobile phone. It is. Okay, it wants me to connect my phone to the camera's Wi-Fi. So I'm doing that now. Oh, I got it. I clicked back to the app at that time. It says it's connecting to Wi-Fi. I don't see anything happening on the front of the device. Okay, there it says connecting to Wi-Fi. It's at 1%, and it's counting upwards. There is no lights on the device right now. Okay, my battery's probably almost dead. And of course it did not connect to Wi-Fi. Oh, now it says it found one camera. It said it failed to connect to Wi-Fi, but then it said that it did. It's trying to connect to Wi-Fi again. It failed the first time. So let's see if it works this time. We're moving strictly to the phone now. Okay, for reasons unknown, I came back after moving it from there to there, and it instantly connected. And if we go into the settings, we go into network information, it is connected to the network, and it says it's got a good connection. So it would not connect over there. 2 feet away, it will. And here is the actual picture from the screen. And you can see down here, you can record, and I just switched it onto 4K. Okay, it is not seeing my SD card. So that part is not working. Let's go ahead and get some video recorded directly from the cam duct. Okay, obviously the SSD card has a major problem. It must be completely shot because it melted the back of the cam duct cover. It got so hot. So I'm gonna go find another SD card. This SD card has some major problems. Who knows if this will even work again. All right, I'm absolutely 1000% surprised that this actually worked, but I did put a 64 gig SD card in there in place of the 4 gig that melted the whole thing, and it actually is formatting the SD card now. So that means you'll be able to record to your SD card and go ahead and play back directly from that, and then actually record from that to your camera if you want to. So this is formatting. I'll get back to you guys when it's done. Our SD card is done formatting. These glasses look fly, and there I am right there, and it is saying it is recording in 4K. Now, it should be continuously recording, meaning I would be able to take the SD card out and get the video directly off the SD card. Or if I hit record here on the phone, I think this records to the phone itself, but I have not quite figured that out. I checked the instruction manual here. There was nothing on it about where the videos say from on the phone, but let's see if we can find them. Alright guys, it is the next day and we did have to restart the cam duct this morning to get it back onto Wi-Fi. It lost its Wi-Fi connection last night, but it came right back on when I started it, and I am going to let the manufacturer know that I had a little bit of issues with that. Yes, we did get video off of the SD card. You guys saw that, and I am showing you a recording now in the corner of the actual screen grab of the live view of the cam duct. The cam duct is sitting right here in front of me, plugged into the wall, and as you can see right here, it has a great view of the door here in the kitchen and the windows. So this is a good security device to have at your external perimeter like I do here. I am working on getting a new garage door. I already ordered it. It'll be about 4 or 5 weeks before it comes in, and it is clear, so we will have a clear door to the garage, which is going to be very cool. But I am working with the manufacturer for cam duct to improve the product and work on some of the English problems in the app, because the app is hard to understand and it is very difficult to connect to Wi-Fi because you can't understand the app. And I'm going to be working with them on some of the bugs that I find and making sure we improve this product for cam duct, because they were so generous to send us a cam duct to go ahead and review for you guys and throw up on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, thank you so much for being a Supercar Street Racing watcher. Thanks for liking and subscribing to the videos, and please remember to go ahead and buy all your Amazon products through the links in the description. It helps us out so much, and we really do appreciate it. And we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. We have another review coming up of another type of camera, and that'll be up this coming week. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see you guys next time. You guys think you know about Rich's ribs, but you don't got a clue. And there's the chef right here making his ribs, and it's an hour and you don't know how to do it either, right?
Hour and 10 minutes.
Hour and 10 minutes. Today we are in the Supercar Street Racing garage. What's up?
So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing.
We're just kind of running them down with a ratchet.
It's not gonna fit.
It's not. And then we need another, we actually need this for that side. All right guys, we're back again with another episode of the Golf Cart, and today we are in the Supercar Street Racing garage waiting for Joe to head over. But meanwhile, I am setting up here to go ahead and check and see what wiring I have. I'm gonna get out all the wiring and go ahead and lay it out right here for you guys. We're gonna get it all organized and look at it and see what we got, right now. Oh my goodness. But now it's time to clean it all up. All right, let's get this outside to the garage. Back out here in the garage, we got all the production lights set up and the mics and everything. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and start putting stuff on the table to get it all organized. Okay, directly in front of me, you guys can see Joe's 4 new speakers for the golf cart, his old voltage inverter, and his old fuse box. And then right there is the new voltage reducer, 60 amps for the new system. Let's go ahead and get his dash out of the kitchen as well. So here is the new dash and the new digital display, which we haven't figured out what we're gonna do with that yet. This new dash is already prepped for speakers. You guys saw that in the last video. Put that there. And now let's go ahead and get our connectors and everything out that we're gonna need to actually do the wiring. What's up? What's up? Camera's rolling. Really nothing on Amazon at all. My working pliers. There are strippers. And there are the crimpers. All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and we are in a brand new day and the next video. And as you guys saw a few minutes ago, I went ahead and got everything laid out on the table and got the garage set up for work. So we have all of our wiring connectors here and all of our wires in somewhere in here maybe. But do you want to kind of go over what we have right here in front of us?
All right, so one of the things that we decided to do with getting this new lithium battery was to do a couple upgrades that I've been really wanting to do for quite some time. I'm a music guy, I love music, so I wanted to put something really cool in here. In one of Brad's videos, we did a full audio build out for him, and it was a great design. It sounds amazing. So I wanted to kind of mirror that. Pretty much the same thing is going to happen with this particular golf cart, where we're going to be adding a new dash. We're going to be adding 4 6.5 speakers along with an amp and a subwoofer. So pretty excited about this build out. On the table, we have most of everything that we need. There might be a couple of items that we're still lacking, but for the most part, everything that you see is going to be a part of this full build out. So the first thing that we did is I went on and found myself a new dash. That's a replacement for the club car itself. On here, you see that it has 2 speaker openings, has a couple of cup holders, has a little dash insert here for you to be able to hold stuff in there, and then of course a little coin tray. More importantly, on the front of this, it has a single DIN opening for a radio. I purchased this, but there's a couple of different options that you could have went with. You could have went with a round style that they have for some of the, and with this particular setup, we went with a single DIN. The likelihood is that we're not going to use a single DIN radio in here. We have plans to potentially put something in here to have a tablet or some sort of an iPad to cover this over. We're gonna figure that out. We haven't got to that point just yet. So once we get to that, we'll make a decision. So with that being said, additionally, a part of this setup, we got a new amp, which this is a little bit difficult to find something that worked really good for our particular setup. So what we wanted was a 5-channel amp. We wanted it to have Bluetooth. Unfortunately, finding anything for a reasonable price that has a Bluetooth option is very limited. We searched Amazon, we searched local radio shops. I mean, I went through and through to find something that made sense. So I went with this Boss Audio option for us. Everything that I read online for Amazon says it's got good ratings. I believe it's like 4.5 stars, and it's gonna have everything that we want from a amp perspective. It is not a marine grade, which is fine because inside the cavity where we're going to be putting this, where the battery compartment is, we should have no issue with any moisture or any problems with anything getting in here, so it should hold up just fine. Along with that, we have a couple of other items that we bought specifically for the radio. So I went out and found these on Amazon as well. These are 6.5 full range SCAR audio. These are weatherproof, and the reason that we want marine grade weatherproof is because this will be on the exterior, so it will be exposed to the elements, unlike being inside the battery compartment itself. These are great speakers that we found. They have really good ratings on them. We kind of opened them up already to start doing a little bit of work, but I just wanted to show you guys real fast that one thing is that it does have a single tweeter in the front. Yeah, so these are great speakers. They are marine grade, so you can fully water them down when you're cleaning your golf cart, so you don't have nothing to worry about that. And that's the biggest thing for me, is if it's somewhere in a compartment that I'm not concerned with getting to the elements, then I don't go marine grade on anything, or I avoid it if it's at a cost. For this, I did pay the money to get a marine grade, and these are solid, really heavy speakers. I have a good feeling these are going to sound amazing in the golf cart. So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing. So we decided to upgrade this. This is basically the converter. This knocks down 48 volt down to 12 volt. Most of the accessories and the radio and the stuff that you use all runs off 12 volts. So you have to have something to step down all that power. This is a much better voltage reducer than the last one I had, so it's going to have a lot of ability to run power. So one thing to know is that we could easily hook up to one 12 volt battery when you have a multi-battery system. In this particular case, we have a single 48. So you don't really have that option. And even with a multiple battery setup, you never want to run off of just one 12 volt battery because that's draining from one 12 volt. So you want to share the load over the entire 48 volts. So that's why you use a step down from a 48 to a 12 volt. It makes the ability for it to have a longer lasting power, and it's not pulling off of one particular battery. So this here is an inverter, and what this is going to do is take our 12 volts that's going to be coming off of this knockdown to a fuse panel and convert this over to 110. It's going to allow us to have a couple of outlets here. With this is really nice if you're someone that likes to decorate your golf cart or do various things on it that you need 110. This is a great thing to add.
Also, the really cool thing about this one is it has USB ports as well. If you have anything that needs to be powered by USB, which we do, you can directly power it off of the inverter. So we're actually going to take advantage of that, correct?
I believe that we will, but also on top of that, we went out and sourced a couple of these particular aftermarket USB ports that you can add to the golf cart. They run off of basically 12 volts, so we can add that to there, and that's probably going to be an option for us for the front of the golf cart. We do have an option for USB that is on this inverter here itself, which we might use in the back in some capacity. However, in the front, what we wanted to do is have a couple of options. One for external charging if somebody had their phone or something that they needed to charge. We wanted to add that. So what we went out is we found a couple of these online. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. Runs off of 12 volt itself, and then has obviously the female adapter or the USB. So this we'll do 2 things with it. One, we will have an option for charging, and 2, we will have an option for the tablet to stay there permanently for it to stay connected, so that anytime that I bring the tablet onto the golf cart, it'll automatically connect to it real fast, and then we'll have power feeding it. So along with those USBs that we were just talking about, we bought an external one here as well that's going to be mounted to the dash. This one's nice because it has a cover for it, so in the event that you're going to be washing the golf cart down, you can cover this up, which is going to make it where it won't get any water into it, which is really kind of nice. So that's going to...
Right here in front of me, we do have our fuse block. This came off of the last golf cart. We're going to go ahead and reuse it, and if you can see right here, it does have a place for both positive and negative. You feed it positive up top here, negative on bottom there. It has a negative bus bar at the bottom, and then it has individual positive bars here for each one, and you can select what fuse you want. For example, if you're running a 12 volt amplifier off this directly, you would want a large enough fuse to go directly to your amp. However, these guys usually have built-in fuses, so I'm not sure that we need to go through this fuse block for that. We'll have to figure that out in the long run. But that is going to be our fuse panel, and then that's our ground that's already connected that we'll be able to reuse for something. All right, so right here we also have a Elecan Bluetooth adapter. This is the exact same one that I have on my golf cart. Basically all this is for is a receiver, and then it actually connects to the amplifier via RCA cables. It has a proprietary USB power supply, and I will show you that right now as we unbox the Elecan. It's not your typical connector on the back of here like a lot of USB stuff have. It's actually a pin connector. So if we go inside the box here, there's an instruction manual here. Here's the actual adapter. And then inside of there, you can see right here, you would output from this to your amplifier. It also has an auxiliary, and it also has a little pin connector there for power. And inside of the box, we should have a power connector. We do. There's a power adapter in case you're using it at 110. Here is a USB adapter in case you want to use it for 5 volts. And then they also give you a pair of USB to headphone or mini to use in the auxiliary port. All right, also right here on the table, we have all of our tools we need to go ahead and do anything with wiring. We've got automatic wire strippers. These are crimpers for some special type of connectors that we have. And then these are workman pliers that we use for electricity. And then moving over here to the side of the table, we have all of the heat shrink and the connectors and everything that we're going to need to go ahead and put ends on it. Because for example, when we have something like a voltage reducer and we have these screw terminals here, we're going to want to go ahead and put ring connectors on the end of our wires to make it clean. So we'll just remove these screws, put the ring connectors over, and then screw these back down. We have some ring connectors inside here. Those are for small gauge wiring. I don't have very many yellow ones for big gauge. So we're going to have to see if we have enough to do what we need to do. But we also have spade connectors in here and other types of connectors that we might be needing. So we have all that out. Here we have some clamps to keep the wire nice and clamped up and against the side of the golf cart body. We have heat shrink tubing. We have heat shrink spade connectors and other type of connectors here. These, all you have to do is basically put the wire in. So basically all you have to do is just run your heat gun on these and it shrinks over the end of the wire itself. So that's it. We have all the stuff here that we need to hopefully move on to the second part of this golf cart build. We're probably just going to go ahead and reorganize everything now since we unboxed it, and then we're going to assess whether we have to buy some more stuff. So let's get busy getting all this stuff back in shape because we just made a mess here, and then we'll start getting to work.
All right, so after doing a little bit of engineering, so to speak, to remove some of the plastic, the battery is in now, fits very snug, but what we need to do is get it bolted down. So the way that it's set up now, we have it pushed over to one side. The only issue is that it does have a couple of spots on each side for you to put bolts on to get it to obviously strap down, so to speak. But here it's very, very tight. So what we have to do is try to figure out a way that we can mark the spot where we need to drill because we're going to through bolt it. And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to try to get down a socket down in there to hold the top of that bolt down, but I think we can get that done pretty easy. So we're going to take the time for a couple seconds, figure out exactly how we're going to get that bolt to get in there and make the hole, get the hole cut, and we should be able to get this thing fastened down pretty quick.
Okay. Do we need to take the battery out?
Yeah. So the first thing we want to do is obviously on this side, we want to make sure that we get the socket down in there to hold the head of the bolt.
Okay. So I need to grab a socket.
Yep. So we're going to grab a socket. We're going to make sure we can slide it down there. If it won't, we're going to have to just budge this over just a little bit. From there, once we know we can get our socket in there, we'll make a mark so that we can drill a hole. And I think for this particular setup, we're just going to concentrate on one bolt on this side and put a couple on this side, and that should be more than enough to hold this down. Perfect.
Let me go get the sockets and we'll do that.
Okay. All right, so what we wanted to do here was to make sure that when we go to bolt this in, because it is pushed all the way to the side here, that we have room for our socket to go in. So just added the socket for the bolt that we're going to use, and just to make sure, and it went down, no problem. So our biggest issue now is going to be to find out exactly where we're going to be bolting this down. So what I'm probably going to do is take this extension right here, and I'm going to put something on the end of the tip of one of them, and I'm going to make a small dot right where we're going to drill our hole, which will be easy enough, it should be, and then we'll be able to pull the battery out, see where I marked, drill the hole, and then from there on this side it will be much easier because it's all exposed.
That you used?
That's it.
That was leather cleaner?
Yeah, all I needed was just something, so if we yank it out,
now we'll have a dot.
We'll have a dot, yep.
Okay, perfect.
So
where are we going with it?
We're going to pick it up and then we'll set off to the side here.
I don't know if I'll be able to from here. I don't have any leverage.
so it is on one of those ribs.
Okay, we're back again, and Joe is putting the bolts on this side all the way through. So he's just kind of running them down with the ratchet.
If you have an attachment for that drill, make life a little easier.
All right, guys, we're back, and we just got the battery mounted. Now we're here with the voltage reducer and the voltage inverter, just laying out just a rough layout of where we're going to do everything. We're trying to plan for an amplifier, so we want to make sure that we have enough room at the bottom. So we're thinking of putting the voltage reducer somewhere right in here. That leaves enough room for an amp to slide underneath this if it had to. Plenty of depth, like height. Then we can get our wires directly off here, come over to our inverter and down to our amplifier, so we could just come down.
Should we just go ahead and mount it, call it a day?
Sure.
So we need to mount this fuse panel too.
Yep, we do. Fine. It's just on this side of the hump though. It's like,
Are we gonna have enough room for these wires to bend and go the way they need to go? This one just...
yeah, I'll turn it straight that way.
Good?
I think
It's good.
Okay.
Here you go. Yeah. Good.
Okay, I am working on the wire that's coming from the voltage reducer to the positive side of the battery. So I have put a ring terminal here for the voltage reducer side, and it will go just like that. And I got my crimpers here. I'm going to go ahead and crimp using the yellow. That's perfect. We need to run an amp wire now. It just needs to come down literally right here.
Yeah, I think
come straight down and right here, but is that anywhere near long enough? But I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over? Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up.
Oh,
So right there. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. And today we're going to talk a little bit about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci 18 and why you should do the same thing for your video editing. Welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day today, and I'm glad to see you back on the channel. Go ahead and do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button, and let's help grow the channel so that we can enjoy looking at some of our favorite things here. And today we are talking about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci Resolve 18, which you see running right here, and actually rendering our video for the Amazon Fire TV experience on the Amazon Echo Show. So backing up a little bit, I started using Premiere Pro several years ago, probably about, I don't know, it must have been at least 10 years ago. I've used it since the very beginning. However, most recently when I started growing the channel, I was able to get a much better editing system. As you see here, I have an RTX 3080 TUF, and I was finally able to do some good editing on this channel and try to bring the channel up to a standard that will get more views and actually generate some interest. To make a long story short, I have a brand new computer here with a 12-core AMD processor. I've got the RTX TUF 3080, and I've got two monitors here that aren't even 4K. That will be the next upgrade to the channel, some 4K monitors that I can edit on. For right now, these only do 1080p, but you can see back here in the background, DaVinci Resolve running amazing, doing our rendering for our new video for the Fire TV on the Echo Show. So what's the first reason I switched over? So honestly, I had a lot of issues, first related to my old computer system because I was running an older video card and I had not made the investment yet to a nice modern RTX series graphics card. So I was having a lot of issues with that, renders crashing and things like that. I did eventually figure out that I needed a new video card, of course, because I was also taking hours to render my videos and I needed to speed up that render time and try to figure out what all those bugs were for. Ended up buying this whole editing rig. I've got the RTX 3080, as I talked about before, and I attempted to use Premiere Pro. Now, one thing I noticed immediately about Premiere Pro was that even with the RTX 3080 and using the H.265 codecs for NVIDIA, it would still be a really long time to edit a video. As you can see in the background right here, we just edited our Fire TV video in DaVinci Resolve 18. We did render that in 4K, and it took it about 13 minutes and 20 seconds to render a 4K video, 4K 60 frames per second in DaVinci Resolve, and the video is actually over 17 minutes long. So it's actually rendering it, you know, less than a minute per minute of video. This same video in Adobe Premiere probably would have taken a little over an hour to render, even with the RTX 3080. And one thing I would also notice with Adobe Premiere Pro is that when I had the task manager open, it would be using way more CPU than GPU power, which doesn't really make sense. Now, some things don't use GPU to render, but a lot of things do. And so now I notice with the DaVinci Resolve software, almost everything uses the GPU if you look at the task manager or you look at GPU-Z. So talking about the ability to learn in DaVinci Resolve, if you're used to Premiere Pro, you're thinking about making that jump over to DaVinci Resolve. I'll tell you from experience that I learned pretty quickly on DaVinci Resolve how to do the basic things to get a video up and going. It is a little bit different from Adobe Premiere Pro in that you have tabs for your different things in editing. You have a colors tab here at the front. Here, that's the colors. Then you have your effects, your edit, and they actually have different names here. You have your, what is this called? Fusion tab. You have your color. This actual first one is called media, not color. You have media, you have cut, where you add transitions and effects and everything. You have your edit, where you have your actual timeline. And then you have your color tab, your fusion tab, your Fairlight tab, and your deliver tab. So deliver, basically, if we go over to that tab, is where you do all your exporting, which would be like Adobe Media Encoder, except it is way more intuitive and way easier to use. Fairlight is where you do all your audio work in DaVinci Resolve, and you can add all your audio effects. Color is where you actually work with the color. Pretty self-explanatory there. Fusion I have not used, so I'm not sure about what this is for. I will have to do some research on that and get back to you, but so far I have not had to use Fusion for anything. Of course, you got your timeline here, which is, if you're familiar with Adobe Premiere Pro, the timeline here on DaVinci Resolve is similar to Adobe Premiere Pro, but a lot of your shortcuts and everything are going to be different. The one thing I haven't figured out in DaVinci Resolve is how to free transform an object. Let's say you're going to layer an object on top of another one. In Adobe Premiere, if you double click that object on the timeline, you can actually drag it with the mouse to move it around the screen and place it. I have not figured out if there's a way to do that yet on DaVinci Resolve. I'm still working on that. There's also a couple of other differences that I haven't figured out, like cutting and pasting transitions is not available as it is on Adobe Premiere Pro, but you do have the copy and paste attributes, which I use frequently to copy things like audio volume, audio effects, and placement of objects on the screen. That is all done here in the timeline. You just have to get used to a little bit of a difference in using selecting things to work with them. They're all up here in the right-hand corner under the inspector. You can, let's say you added an effect on the screen next to this in the cut screen, then you would click the actual clip and go up to effects in the inspector, where you can actually adjust all the different attributes on that effect. Or you can do video transforms up there, audio, you can actually adjust the audio levels and audio attributes in the clip from the audio tab up here, things like volume, pan, pitch, things like that. And then your transition, you can actually adjust the transition up here in the transition of the inspector. And then over here on the right side, which you may or may not see in the frame, we have our clip bin here that shows all our clips. We have all of our edit timeline. We have our audio mixer over here as well, and our toolbox and clip details and metadata. So far, so good. Also, let's go over to the cut scene. The cut area shows your clips more like blobs on the timeline, and you are actually able to add transitions, titles, and effects. I do not use titles inside of DaVinci Resolve because I use a 3D font generator online. That's really good. But here you can add effects both to your, you can add video effects, you can add audio effects, which you can also do over in Fairlight. Like I said, you can add titles, which is actually adding fonts to your videos. And you have your media pool here, which shows you all the videos that you imported in for this project. So yeah, I'm just gonna go into the conclusion that DaVinci Resolve is way better than Adobe Premiere Pro. Not only because there's a fixed price for it, Adobe Premiere Pro charges you for a subscription, but the ease of use, the stability has been on point. I've only ever had one crash while while rendering, and that actually happened during the video that I was editing here, and all I did was close out DaVinci Resolve and reopen it, and it got through the rendering process. I had a lot of issues with Premiere Pro not being able to get through rendering processes, and it would fail for no reason. Also, Premiere Pro did have a bug that to this day they have not resolved on some video cards, and that is the software will start using video, or it's not video memory, but memory, actual memory, and it will eat up and eat up and eat up video memory until the computer crashes because there's actually no memory left to run the operating system. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM on this computer. It is awesome for editing, but on Premiere Pro, it would use all 64 gigabytes of RAM and then just crash. I've not had any issues like that with DaVinci Resolve 18. So guys, I hope that you can use DaVinci Resolve 18 too. If you have any questions about it, how to use it, or want to see specific videos about DaVinci Resolve 18, throw it down in the comments section. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next video at Supercar Street Racing. This thing's so sick. And that's a slow one, man. We need a 80-mile-an-hour one. Welcome to cold Florida, and Supercar Street Racing is back once again. What you guys cannot see out here is that it is 34 degrees right now in Florida, and so we are appropriately dressed at Supercar Street Racing for Florida coldness. And we're out here today in the Supercar Street Racing living room to start our SCSR compound home tour with you guys. This is new for 2025. A lot of things have changed in the SCSR compound over the last year, as you guys know, because we have videos for almost everything that we've done to the compound here. But today, looking around the living room is our first stop on the SCSR tour. We're gonna go ahead and go through every single room of the house, count up the smart devices, and then at the very end of the tour, we'll go ahead and tally up everything and let you guys know how many smart home devices we have here. Now, the first step on the SCSR Smart Home Tour is the SCSR Compound Living Room, which we are so flyly and freshly standing right inside right now. So taking a look at the living room, there are quite a few smart devices in here. So let's start over here in this corner by the fireplace. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're saying there is nothing over here that can be smart related, but actually there is. This SCSR mini bike, which was rebuilt for Shamar Bridges of the CFL, that is controlled via Wi-Fi and via smart home. You can check that out on the channel. There is a link to the playlist, and it will show you all of the videos where I did rebuild this bike completely from scratch. And now moving to the left, the hub of the SCSR compound. This is the demarc area for the network, and what we have here is a Marantz Cinema 70S, and yes, it is a smart receiver. It is wired up via Ethernet to the switch down below, and that is the first smart device here. And obviously we have some fiber right here providing internet for the SCSR compound, and we have an Eero Max 7 Wi-Fi 7 router right there, which is the heart of the mesh Wi-Fi system in the house. Moving up here, you can see our Amazon TV here. It is also a smart device, of course, and it is wired to the network with Ethernet as well. That comes down this wall and goes into a wall plate, and then it goes to our switch down here, which is located underneath. I'm going to be redoing all this wiring as soon as I figure out getting some front speakers here so we can do Dolby Atmos in the living room. And down a little bit further, we have our ASUS store solid state NAS chilling right there below. That is also obviously a smart device. It is connected to the network with 2.5G, and that is our NAS, and that is how we back up the SCSR channel. And moving into the dining area, we do have a Govee smart bulb in our dining room lamp, which we have set to white right now. And then on the wall right here, we do have our Lutron dimmer for our main lights in here. Now this is an old school thing now. They still make it, but you don't need all that anymore. You don't need a hub and all that stuff like you used to with Lutron. So that can go away at any time. But the dining room does have two smart devices in it, somewhat. This light, and then this is just a remote control for our main lights in the living room, Lutron dimmer. And as we walk around the SCSR living room, we do have some smart devices chilling over here. On the wall, we have our Echo Show 15 here. And below that, you see the Lutron dimmer again for the lights up in the SCSR living room. And then right beside that, this is actually an LED smart switch, and it does have the ability to do RGB and all that. And that is actually connected to our SCSR fan up there, so that we can turn that off and on a schedule when we go to sleep. And that rounds out the smart devices chilling right here on the side. Now moving into the foyer area, we have a smart bulb up there. Now that is the foyer light, but there is also an Amazon Basic switch in there that does control the sconces right outside here that are on a routine. And that's it for the foyer area. Let's move over to the sunroom area. Now we are over by the sunroom here, and this light switch here, this is a smart switch for the sunroom. If we hit that, it does turn on the lights in the sunroom, and you can dim them, and it is a smart switch. This is a RGB smart switch for the patio. That turns on the yard lights as well that are located right up there on the corner. So those are for the sunroom and the patio. And that wraps up the living room tour. Let's go ahead and count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 smart devices alone in the living room. And let's make our way outside to the beautiful SCSR sunroom, where you can see it is very nice outside today in Florida, but it is deceivingly cold in the 30s when we woke up this morning, but chilling around the 40s right now. But in the sunroom, if we start on this side, we have a regular television. It's a Hisense TV, but it does have a Amazon Fire Stick in there. So that is the first smart device. 2 would be this Wise Cam here that guards the patio door. It just sits right there, and it's a little bit weird right now, but it just sits there and guards our sunroom there in case somebody decides to come in to it. And then right here, we have some lamps with Govee smart bulbs that are on routines. We have one there, and then we also have a old school dot right there. And that rounds out the sunroom. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 smart devices in the SCSR sunroom. Let's go out to the back. All right, we're in the beautiful SCSR backyard now, and taking a look, there is quite a few smart devices outside actually. So let's start over here in the corner where we have a smart timer for our yard lights. It is right here. Then we also have smart fence lights going all the way down there. RGB fence lights like the ones you put on a house. And we do have a Wise Cam right there as well. So just right here, we have 1, 2, 3. We have some bulkhead lights here. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 devices right there. We have a smart power strip right there, 5 devices. And then over here in the corner, we have another camera and another low voltage transformer for the yard and RGB. So there are 3 more devices here. So that's 8 in the backyard so far. That camera up there is broken, but that is 9 that need to be replaced. Moving towards the pool area, there's going to be some exciting stuff over here in the pool area as well. And in the pool area, we have our smart pool system and another low voltage transformer. So add 2 more to the list there. Up in the corner, we have our Govee lights for the entire house. Add another one to our list right there. We have a Wise Cam, add another device. We have our smart TV here with a Fire Stick. So that's actually 2 smart devices. So add 2 more. And then behind there, we have our extender for Wi-Fi, so there is another device connected to the internet. And lastly, we have our pool light is a smart device. That adds yet 1 more. 16 total smart devices in our yard area. Let's go back inside and check out the rest of the pad. Okay, we're in the SCSR office now, which is also Studio B. So you can see that we are actually broadcasting live the SCSR video jukebox here. But when we start looking at this room, we have a show device here. We have a smart switch here. We have a smart switch there. A TV with a Fire Stick on it. 4 devices there. This lamp and that lamp, that's 6 smart devices. These guys are on a smart switch, 7 LED lights under the bed, 8 smart devices right here. And that kind of wraps up what we have in the SCSR Studio B / office area. Let's go on into the bathroom area now. Okay, let's move into the SCSR bathroom. This is the bathroom for Studio B and the office, and I did count this for the office area. It actually controls these lights in the bathroom. But inside here we have 2 smart mirrors, so that is 2 devices there on its own and a show chilling between them. And then also, these mirrors did not come with the Govee smart strips. I added those, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 devices right here inside of the SCSR Studio B / office bathroom. Let's move to the bath area of the bathroom here. And we do have 3 RGB smart switches in here. 1 for each light, so 1 for the outer light here, 1 for the light over the shower, and then the center one is for the fan up there. So there are 3 switches in here, bringing our total for the bathroom to 8 smart devices so far. And then we have the closet, which I guess we can include with the bathroom. It does have a RGB smart switch for the lighting in here. We do have a smart plug down there that will turn off both of these smart mirrors. We have 10 total devices for the bathroom and the master closet in the SCSR compound. Let's move to the kitchen. Walking into the SCSR kitchen, we have a variety of smart devices in here, all over the kitchen. Let's start right here on the side where we have a smart bulb for our foyer, and it is just switched right there. The next major thing in here are all of the recessed lights are smart, and there is no switch. I deleted the switch completely. I don't use them that much, but when I do, they are voice controlled only. So that is 2 there. We also have an RGB Govee strip around this wine fridge. So it goes all the way around there, and then it goes into the cabinet area right here. Then we have a show right up here, so that is another device. We have under cabinet lighting, that is 1. Our microwave, our stove are both smart. Those are 2 more. Then moving to the left, we do have a Fire Stick with our Samsung TV here, so we can watch anything we want in the kitchen. And left of that, we got another set of under cabinet lights from Govee. We have a smart dishwasher right here. We have a smart LED strip behind the fridge right there. It is the LED strip that looks like a neon rope light. That is also a Govee. Obviously the fridge is smart here. It does do the internet. And so that wraps up the kitchen. Let's give a final tally. The kitchen has a total of 11 smart devices. We're in the SCSR hallway now, and you guys just saw my whole series about rebuilding my whole home audio system. So we have to go and show you this. We have 1, 2, 3 for the LED strip, 4, 5 total devices there. And then this switch, 6, this is an RGB smart switch. This thermostat makes 7. There is 7 total devices here in the hallway. Let's go to the theater room. Okay, we're in the SCSR theater room now. I know you guys are familiar with this because of all the projects we do in here. Let's start on my right here where we have a smart ceiling fan that is controlled via smart home. It is up inside of the fan up there. We do have a show here on my right, so that is 2. We have our Cinema 50, which is 3. Behind this couch, we have a Wi-Fi router, so that is 4 there. We have a RGB smart LED strip down there from Govee, so that would be 5. We have our projector up there. There is one more that I forgot. There is 7 because there is a Fire TV cube right there that you guys can't see because it is too dark. So that is 7 devices here in the theater room. The SCSR bathroom was a huge remodel project for me where we did this nice smart mirror, and you can see right here it does backlight, and if you hit it twice it does show you the temperature and the time and the weather and all that stuff. But we do have some smart devices in here. Let's start on the right with this Amazon Basics smart dimmer switch for this cool sconce up there. Then we have a show device right here, so that is 2. The mirror is 3, and that will basically round out what we have in the SCSR guest bathroom. We have a total of 3 smart home devices in here. We're back in the SCSR bedroom, which I like to call the forum because this is where all the magic happens. Quite a few smart devices in here. Starting on my right here, we do have a smart bulb in our little chargeable lamp right here. It has a wireless charging and it has USB and all that stuff. So that is 1 there. We have our show device right here. There's a show 8 chilling. That is 2 devices. There is a equal and opposite lamp over here. Makes 3 total devices here. That has a Govee smart bulb in it. This air conditioner is smart. This is the LG Smart AC. We got our Cinema 70S here. 5 devices. That is a smart receiver. Of course, we have a smart Amazon TV, and we do have 2 smart switches. One is for the lights up here and the other one is for the fan. So let's give a total count right now. The SCSR bedroom total is coming in at a happy 8 total devices chilling back here in the forum. Okay, we're gonna head outside of the SCSR compound now to Studio A, outside on the side of the house. Let's go ahead and go out here. Check that out now. We start with one right here, the Eufy lock. We are in the SCSR production studio now, and ever so fly in front of us, you can see the studio has quite a few smart devices. This might be the most in the entire home, but let's go ahead and look around us and see exactly what we have. When we walk in the door immediately to our right, we have a regular switch, but that goes to these bulbs up here. They are all smart. Now, these count as individual devices. So we have to go 1 for this switch, which controls the outdoor lights, 2 for this show 15 device, 6 up here on top. So we're at 8 so far. 9 for the smart TV, 10, there is a security camera up in the upper right up there, 11, a Govee smart bulb in the SCSR studio lamp right there, that's 11, 12 and 13 are these 2 smart TVs. This receiver, 14, I guess you can't count the PCs. So that's 14. We'll count this router, that is 15. That is a Aeromax 6 router. 16, this television here has a Fire Stick on the back. And 17 is this AC unit right here. 17 smart devices, that is if I did not forget anything in here. There are 17 smart devices in the SCSR studios, chilling outside the SCSR compound. Let's go over and check out the garage now. We are out in the SCSR garage now, as you can see, and we have quite a few smart devices in here. We'll start over in this corner here with the Chamberlain garage door opener, which is up there. We also have a camera that was in the ceiling, and it looks like it fell out this morning, so I have to figure that out. We have a smart plug for our house numbers there, so that is 3 there. We have 2 smart plugs for our hex lighting. We have 3, 6, 9 smart mesh lights, so that is 9, 10, 14 total so far with the lighting, the garage door opener. Oh, a smart garage door opener. So add 1 more to that total. 14 total so far smart. And let's move this way. We do have a low voltage landscape timer, 15. The sprinkler controller, 16. Fire Stick on the back of the TV, 17. The show 5, 18. The washer and dryer, 19 and 20. Smart switch for the lighting, 21. Don't even need it, but it's there. 22. The Eufy lock. So there are 22. 23, the Wise security camera. There are 23 smart devices in the garage. Oh, 24, count the car.
Got him!
Next to last out here, we have the smart lock here. So that is 1 for the front yard, 2, including the camera, 3, 4, our low voltage landscape timer right here on the side of the house.
3 there. 4, 5 for the cameras up front here. For the rest of the yard cameras, we have number 6 there. And on the other side of the house, we have 7, 8, and 9. And we didn't count this because I just missed it. I don't think we counted the pool camera either. So there's 9 and 10 there. That's another 10 devices on the outside. Now let's throw it back into the inside of the house to give a grand total of what we have on smart devices. All right, there you have it. You guys just got a total tour of the house. I am going to quickly step away and tally this and throw it up on the screen. What I feel like the total amount of smart devices in this house is. Let's put it up on the screen right now. So there you guys have it. That is how many we have. It is quite unusual and a lot of devices to have in a smart home. And we are so happy that you guys took the time out of your day to watch Supercar Street Racing and to like and subscribe. Please buy all your Amazon products from our affiliate links. Support our sponsors and they will support Supercar Street Racing in return. And hopefully we see you guys soon on the next one. Peace out. We gotta go. This sunrise is insane. Heading to Atlanta from Jacksonville. Hitting the Florida state line with a sunrise like this. Dang, son. Pretty. We are back in the SCSR compound after a short vacation and being sick for a whole week. But today we're going to transform this piece of furniture, which is now a retired mini bike, into something special. Welcome back, everybody, to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and you know where we are. We're in the Supercar Street Racing compound right now, and I was gone for about a week on vacation, and I just got back last night. It took me like 3 hours to unpack, and I was sick the whole entire time. But nevertheless, we are back today with an important project because this retired mini bike will never ride again, and it is now a piece of furniture. I have decided to dedicate it to the SCSR compound here, and so we're going to make this thing something special today and make it stand out as a piece of furniture. Okay, during my roof replacement, one of the LED strips in the sunlight did fail. They were banging on the roof, and this one failed. So my plan now is to replace both of these with RGB IC because I did put the wrong ones in. This one is done. It is replaced. I ordered that one. It'll be here tomorrow. And so that freed up a RGB LED strip for us to use for the mini bike. It is not IC, meaning it is not individually controlled. It is just a standard Govee strip, and that'll be perfect for the mini bike. It won't do, you know, they can't address each LED, so it doesn't work like that. But we're going to be using that to light the mini bike, and then we're going to be using this cool plug-in USB LED for lighting the headlight up. We're going to come up underneath the headlight, just like that, with my light, and just kind of aim it like that, and it will light up the mini bike headlight and make it look like it is glowing. So that is our mission right here and right now, is to get some LED strips run. And I also ordered a runner for underneath this that is red, and so that will hide all the wires and everything, and then we will get power from back behind there. So let's get to work on running this Govee RGB LED strip now. And my plan is to go start underneath the fender, go up this little cross member under there, under the seat, down under the fender, and then come down under the bike. So it's going to light up the fenders, and it's going to light underneath the bike and underneath the gas tank. So let's get to work. All right, we do have our LED strip, and unfortunately it has been stuck already, so obviously it may have some issues sticking, but nevertheless we are going to go for it and try to get some work done here. So I'm going to start under here. I want this whole thing lit up here. Now we may have to glue some of this on because it is kind of, oh, and it's dirty under there. I'm gonna have to clean before I stick this or it's not gonna work. I do have some spray glue just in case, but I need to clean underneath this. Got our Windex here and our rags. Hoping this lets it stick enough, but if not, I'm gonna use spray glue. Not very dirty, honestly. Only thing I haven't figured out is how I'm gonna get from the fender to the up bar. That's gonna be kind of crappy. Yeah. I guess I'll have to come out. You'll see it there. I guess I need a new plan because my original plan was to come out of the fender at the bottom here and somehow get up to this bar. Now I'm thinking there's no way across here. I think maybe I'm gonna have to go halfway, then up the side, then under. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. It's just unfortunate that this has been stuck already because it's going to be really hard to put on. But I'm going to go ahead and start at the front. Again, I don't know where I'm going to start plugging in either. I guess I'm going to have to hide everything under here. Alright, so all we did is just glue the LED strip underneath that, and then we're going to come out the back here and then come up this fork to the side of the fork and then up and then underneath the gas tank. Okay, so now we need to come up underneath the tank. There's already a black zip tie there and there's some cables in the way. I'm gonna have to cut that zip tie. It's too bad I don't have any black zip ties. I gotta get some pretty quickly. There's a black zip tie already here for the cables. And that has been cut. And we're going to try to stay on the back side so you can't see the LED making the run. Okay, a little update here, and I did get the LED run under the fender, and now it comes back out from the fender. It is zip tied to this frame here, but it is not completely good yet. So what I need to do now is finish zip tying it right here and then run it down underneath the body. So I think I'm gonna put the stickiness is completely gone. So I'm gonna put a zip tie down here. Okay, we can go ahead and test this guy out. We just need to connect the LED strip to the controller over here. Let me go ahead and do that when I get my hands free. All right, stepping back from the beautiful mini bike now, you can see what we did, and it looks pretty dang cool. Now all we have to do really is back here in the back, tape up where these LEDs are showing and reflecting off the fireplace with some black electrical tape. You won't be able to see them at all. And then get some of this LED strip stuck down where it's supposed to be and tied up, and then we will be looking great. So check it out. It goes underneath the gas tank, underneath the fender, down and below the bike. So it pretty much lights up everything underneath the bike. And we will be able to control this with Wi-Fi. And if we come here, we can then make it change colors. And that is sound activated. And so we can go into the app and do more things, but what we want to do now is get our headlight rigged up as well. Okay, we need a more permanent solution to mounting this controller here. So what I'm going to do is bring it out of the back and hide it somewhere back here and zip tie it up all nice. And so I think I'm going to just do it like that. Zip tie it right there. You won't be able to see it. And then I'm going to zip tie it to the back of the fork right here. So let's do that now. Our LED for our headlight needs to be mounted somehow, and it is directly powered by a USB brick here. So my thought was an extension cord hidden back here. Ouch, just banged my head. And then this guy just back here somehow, but I think you're going to be able to see the cord. So I don't know if that's going to work. I'm going to give that a shot and see what I can figure out doing. I really want it to be somewhere right in here. We got our extension cord tied up nicely with our little LED light, but the question is, can you see it? It's questionable until you get right up on top of it. So it's going to have to do for now until I can come up with another solution. Then the extension cord is going to run down the back and to the bottom, and then down there we will have a power strip kind of hidden, and it will get power underneath there behind this entertainment center, which we will grab from our huge power strip right here. Guys, we have finished our project 99%. All we need to do is get some black zip ties, our runner to get under there, and then we will update you guys when that is done. But we have finished all the wiring. We have our LED here for the headlight, which lights it up any color we want. It has a switch on the back. We have our LED underglow there, which is controlled with the Govee app, which I will show you now. All right, we have the Govee app open right now, and you can see that this is set on blue. We can switch it on green there, orange, or if we want to, we can go into a scene. Like emotion, we can go to enthusiastic, and we can go to happy. And we can go to breathe, which is one that I like, and relax. And yes, everything is controlled with the Govee app here. We just have to rename it because this used to be the skylight. And yeah, we're pretty much done with this project. It came out awesome. I'm hyped. And we just took this everyday ordinary mini bike and made it into something special with a little bit of ingenuity and a couple of little pieces of electronics. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and this is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we're going to take a look at that today on the channel. Stay with us. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad. Hopefully you are tuned into the channel for more than the first time, but if not, welcome. And today we have my brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid sitting here, and we're going to tell you all about it today. Now, the car was purchased back in April. It does have some modifications to it from stock, and we're going to show you that all today on the channel. You're checking out the front of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, looking so fresh out here in the middle of the parking lot. And I wanted to take some time today to show you guys the front of the car, some of what has been done to it, and some of the unique features of the car. And of course, the first thing you can see here on the car is that the car is wrapped, completely wrapped in a satin wrap. Now, you can also see in the front of the car that the headlights are also wrapped in satin, and I was a little bit concerned about that, but actually it has not been a problem. They're actually really bright, and it did not affect the brightness of the headlights at all. Taking a look at the front also of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, there are a few other modifications here. You can see right here that we have the carbon fiber front V right underneath the modified black Tesla logo right here, and then down below that we have the carbon fiber splitter down here, and that thing is called an apron, and it literally just sits right on top of the regular bumper and gives the car an enhanced look as well, a more sporty look, and it does match the carbon fiber rear wing that we will show you guys. Carbon fiber rear spoiler we'll show you guys here shortly. That is the extent of the modifications on the front of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Now let's take a look at the side of the car. This is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. I'm happy to have you guys here on the channel checking it out. And taking a look at the side of the vehicle, the first thing you will notice probably right away, if you're familiar with Teslas, is that I do have aftermarket wheels and tires. Immediately, the first thing I did when I bought the vehicle was go ahead and order my wheels and tires. Now, I did get the car with the 19-inch Tempest wheels and tires because I didn't want to pay the upgrade for the 21s. I figured I could take that money and use it and get whatever I want. I did end up ordering the BC Forged HB04s in matte black. And there you can see how they look, and I did order the hardware also exposed for the three-piece wheel, and the bolts are actually matte black as well. And apologies, I'm in a flight path right now, but that's just what happens. Now keep on looking at the side of the Model S Plaid, you'll see some other cool features. I do have the hardware 4 version of the Model S Plaid, and so this has more cameras and no sensors whatsoever, all camera based, and that is what you're seeing right here is the hardware 4 camera. And if you notice, right on top of the hardware 4 camera, we do have some carbon fiber camera covers, which I think add a nice accent to the side of the car here. And then moving down the car a little bit further, and you can see it just opened by Bluetooth. We do have the carbon fiber mirrors as well, looking really good, and they do also match the carbon fiber camera covers here, and also the carbon fiber that you're about to see in the next picture. All right, we're towards the back of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid now, and you can see right there that the door handles did pop open because of the Bluetooth phone. And here we have the carbon fiber caps for the Model S handles, and they look awesome. And back here you can see the 295/35ZR21 Pilot Sport 4S's with the HB04 BC Forged wheels. And that's going to round out the side of the Model S Plaid. Let's take a look at the back now. All right, here's a good look at the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid. You can see the tail lights looking great. I don't know if they were restyled for 2023, but I did forget to mention that the front headlights were restyled for 2023, and they are upgraded laser headlights. Here in the back, nothing really to show except for the fact that we removed the Tesla logo here completely when we did wrap the car, and also in the front, we also removed the front license plate. Taking a look at the inside of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I did wait specifically for the exact color combination that I wanted. I wanted black interior with carbon fiber, not the wood grain, and you can see in here, this is all new carbon fiber interior, and also this car does have hardware 4. And taking a look at just like every other Model S, they have the screen over here on the left that shows you a bunch of information like navigation, your charge rate, the time and things like that, and maybe like your radio station and things like that you're listening to. And then over here we do have the yoke. I did not have a choice on the yoke. I did not order this car custom made, so the yoke was actually already in the car. Moving down to the bottom here, you can see that the Plaid comes with some brushed aluminum or just straight up aluminum pedals, which look pretty cool. And then moving up to the seats, these are not real leather seats. All of the Teslas have vegan kind of safe leather. And then looking to the center here in the middle of the dash, they do have 2 chargers for wireless phones. So if you stick your phone right there, and it did start charging. So they have 2 of those right here available for you. And then moving into the center here, we have a pocket right here that does have just enough area for a few pairs of glasses. And then moving forward, there's another pocket that I actually just found out about. I did not know this existed until yesterday, and if we move that open, there's actually 2 USB connectors right here and 2 on the back here in the right by the back screen here. And then of course we have our center console with a lot more storage in here, and we do have a cup holder if you let that slide forward. Moving up to the center of the dash here, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the Tesla display, and if we go to the home screen here and we go to the actual vehicle down here and the software, you can see this is a Model S Plaid with 903 miles on it for supercar street racing. It does have the VIN there. It does have a full self-driving computer. I did not purchase full self-driving, and we are on 11.1, 2023, 26.9 software. And then moving up to the very top of the car here on the controls, you hit the control button. You have the ability here to play with the mirrors, the steering, the wiper, the window locks, fold your mirrors, the display, the child lock. And then at the top of the screen here, you can see LTE. You can move the display towards you or away from you with this button here. And then of course there is your brightness control, and this button here pops open the glove box over here. Moving down to pedals and steering, you can see this is where you choose your acceleration, and that basically is how the pedal reacts to your foot. And you can see here we have chill, sport, or plaid. And then of course if you want to do drag strip mode, you can check that out in my other video when I did that for the first time. That is your drag strip mode, which puts the car in cheetah stance and then allows you to launch with the most possible power. And then also your steering mode can be set to comfort, standard, or sport. And then track mode is right there, and that really allows you to fine-tune the car for more of a track type aggressive day. And there's settings in there for the front and rear traction, and things like traction control and regen are available in your track mode. And then of course it says apply your brakes when regenerative braking is limited. So that basically is telling you if you're not able to regen, it will help you by putting the brakes on. This auto shift out of park is basically, it's a beta thing where the car knows if you want to go forward or backwards automatically. I do not have it on. And then the slip start basically is when you get stuck, you use that. Here's a suspension, and the ride height is set to low. It's on sport. You can go advanced on the suspension, and you can set your comfort and your handling. I just keep mine on sport. I really like the way that feels. It says here if you want to use comfort dampening and autopilot, you turn this switch on when you have autopilot on, and then it sets your default ride height to low. But if you press this, it says when enabled, the default ride height will adjust to low mode in most driving scenarios. Model S will always automatically adjust the ride height to balance comfort, handling, and range. And that's all that's available on that screen. And then this screen is where you see your charge limit and your actual percentage that you want the car to charge up to. And this car is set to charge no higher than 90% is what they recommend. And they recommend 80% if you're going to be driving the car every day, which I do not. This is where you actually adjust with your current that you want the car to charge in. So if I stick it in a 50 amp, it'll charge at 48 amps maximum. And then the last time I supercharged, which was April 14th, I've only supercharged the car one time, and it's when I bought it. It was $27.30 because I do not have free supercharging. And this is the autopilot, and you can set it to either traffic aware cruise control or auto steer beta by doing that. And then you have to answer yes. And then this is your following distance, and this is how you get into auto steer. And they're talking about this button here on the steering wheel, which I will show you guys next. And this is how you set your speed and your offset for your cruise control. You can put a speed limit warning on there as well, a forward collision warning. You can adjust that so it comes on sooner or later. Here's your lane departure warning, and this can set to assist, so it will actually help you steer. And then here's all your other options: emergency lane avoidance, departure, automatic emergency braking, obstacle aware acceleration, traffic aware cruise control chime, and green traffic light chime. Moving down here, this is where you actually set up your phone for a lock. So when I get in the car, the phone is on Bluetooth and the car will unlock and drive without a standard key. You can walk away and the door will lock, which I love that, and you can tell it not to do that at your house. And then there's a few other options related to unlocking it when you park, and some other little options here for unlocking it with your phone. Now, I do have the MyQ connected garage, which means my garage door opener is MyQ enabled, and I did subscribe for a lifetime. I think I paid $200 and something, and I am permanently set up so when we drive the car back home, the garage door does open and close. Taking a look at the lights, you can turn the front and rear fog lights on, the dome lights off, on or on auto, the ambient lights inside of the cabin here, and the auto turn signals, and the auto high beams, and then headlights on when you get out of the car. And then here's your display. You can set up all the different options on your display, tilt it to the left or right or center, the language and things like that, and your time and distance and temperature. And this shows your last trips here and how much your watts per mile was. And of course, this is for your navigation. This has your navigation volume, trip planner, avoid tolls, avoid ferries, things like that for nav. Service is where you go in and you can do different things like jack mode, car wash mode, things like that. It shows you your tire pressures. And software we took a look at already. It shows you your software versions and what you purchased as far as software. And with upgrades here, you can actually purchase upgrades on the car. You can get full self-driving. You can subscribe to full self-driving. You can buy it outright for 15 grand or subscribe every month to that. And that's a look at the left side of the menu. Taking a look at the bottom part of the menu is where you can go through things like your phone connection here. These are your cameras, so when we hit the camera button, we see all the cameras. This is where you can actually choose other things that aren't in the bottom menu, things like the toy box and the arcade, Bluetooth settings, Sirius XM, tune-in, Zoom calls, things like that, and you can also add them to the shortcuts at the bottom. These bottom ones are all shortcuts. TI is tune-in radio, but just beware when you do tune-in radio on this car, they put their own commercials in related to you having a Tesla. So they know that you're tuned in a Tesla and they put commercials in based on that. And that right there is your, that is your actual browser. And there's your Bluetooth and your Sirius XM, and that is a look at the bottom of the actual screen. We are now in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I'm telling you, the back seat of this car is absolutely awesome. They redesigned the back now with a screen for the rear passengers, and the rear passengers now have control over their own climate control, and they are able to actually watch videos back here. Now you can see right now I just powered on this, and I will show you some video of this that I'll cut over. But you can hear that the AC is now on, and also I will run you guys through the whole entire thing of this screen here momentarily. Also, let me turn this off. And of course, here comes the plane. I'm literally in the flight path. My God, ridiculous. Jet. So also in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, there are two USB-C ports here, and I did confirm that would charge my laptop just with a USB cable. It's perfect for bringing your laptop along and charging. And I did locate the other two USB ports in the front of the car the other day when I was looking around in there, and I happened to find this hidden compartment. Now the seats in the Model S Plaid are very comfortable. I'm in the back and I'm not very tall, and I have the front seat all the way forward, but I can still sit comfortably back here, and I think they're some of the most comfortable seats I've sat in a car. We are back in the back of the 2023 Model S Plaid to give you a closer look at the climate control and the controls for the entertainment system in the back. And you can see right here, we have controls for our climate control right here, where we can adjust the back seat temperature. And that is the little fan control here. We have controls here for the seats, the heated seats. And then we have the capability to look at our music, what's playing back here. And then the cool thing is if we go here, we can actually go to YouTube, as you can see. And we have right here and right now, if we press that, there is the Supercar Street Racing channel right here, looking so cool. So yeah, the backseat drivers, or backseat riders, passengers, can actually watch YouTube and some other things while they are in the back seat. The front seat cannot do that, but the back seat has a choice of Netflix, Disney Plus, Twitch, Hulu, YouTube, or you can look at the Tesla tutorials. And then if you go back here, we can power this off and on our fan in the back and adjust the temperature. We are here in the Tesla Model S Plaid, and you can see that I have hardware 4, so I do have the capability to launch Steam and play Steam games. And also we can actually play games in the car with the car stationary, like beach buggy racing here. And when you play beach buggy racing, you use the actual controls for the car. So you use the steering wheel and the foot pedal, and it is loading right now. And I am trying to figure out why there's no sound. But the sound isn't what's important right now. It is important that you see that this plays with the stock factory steering wheel and gas and brake pedal. You can see here I am steering this guy with the car, and I do have my accelerator pedal. So that is how you play games while you are sitting still in the Tesla Model S Plaid. All right, we are back in front of the Model S Plaid screen here, and you can see that we are in the arcade. And if we hit launch Steam beta here, it will take a couple of minutes to launch. There it goes. So it is starting up right now. And this is actually real time of how long it takes to launch Steam. So it has been about 25 seconds since I did it. There's the Steam logo. And here we are in front of the screen, and you can see right here, we can actually install all the games that we have inside on the PC in the car and play them with Steam. So I just wanted you guys to check that out real quick, what that looks like. This is a look at the frunk in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Nothing much to see here. I've only been inside here one time. The only thing in here of note is a tow hook and the ability to change your washer fluid. Nothing else to see. Very clean. The probably first or second time I've ever opened it. All right, we're around back at the trunk of the Model S Plaid, and I purposefully left everything in here so you guys could get a good idea of the space that this thing has. And you can see I have a large Walmart box in here I have to go return. I have my camera equipment here and some shopping, and my charger right here is right underneath these clothes. And I do have the Tesla wall connector there, the Tesla mobile connector, sorry, not the wall connector. And that is what I use if I have to charge, which I really never have because I don't really drive the car that much. But that's a look at the back of the car. You also have the switches for the back seats right over there on each side of the seats as well. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed a look at my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And we hope you guys will like and subscribe to the channel, and stay tuned for all the fun things that we're going to be doing with this car on Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see Joe and I are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage. We have everything set up to do an awesome project today. So Joe, what's one problem we need to get fixed on this golf cart?
Well, if you guys remember in a prior video, we did a full system in my golf cart, but at the time I had an old subwoofer sitting around. That old subwoofer didn't last very long with the system that we put in here. I have no bass right now.
Right, so we did notice that your old subwoofer box, when we did that last project, that box is actually falling apart. I don't know if it's got wet so many times or if it's just old, but basically when we did that last project, there were actually pieces of wood of the MDF falling directly off the box. Now we actually do have that box somewhere. We'll show that to you guys here in a few minutes and show you what actually happened with that. And today we are so happy because we have a new sponsor.
That's correct, yeah.
So who is that sponsor?
That's Crutchfield.
Absolutely, Crutchfield decided to go ahead and sponsor this video. So today we have some products by Crutchfield that we're going to be throwing into this golf cart, and we have a piece of wood right here that we're going to be using also to do what?
Build a new subwoofer box.
We're going to build a subwoofer enclosure. We're going to go ahead and calculate the volume. We're going to do the measurements. We're going to cut all the wood. We're going to do that all today, so hang out with us.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Joe, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage again. It seems like we're in here all the time. And today we have a cool project. We have to get the base on this cart redone because basically the woofer blew up and the box was falling apart, right?
Correct, yep.
So what's our plan today? What are we actually gonna do?
So as you mentioned, we got this great sponsor by Crutchfield.
Right.
They've provided us some really awesome products, including a very nice subwoofer. So in this particular situation, although Crutchfield has an enormous amount of subwoofer boxes in very different sizes, for us, we are doing a very unique situation because we're putting it in a golf cart and we need to maximize the space that we have inside there to put a 12-inch subwoofer. So it's going to be very unique. So they supplied us with all the stuff that we need to do a DIY project ourselves.
They did. So inside the house, we'll show you guys this in a few minutes. We have a brand new kicker comp subwoofer. It's a dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil. So what we're going to do is we're going to parallel those voice coils, and that's going to be a 2-in load on the amp that's inside of the golf cart right there. We'll show you that a little bit also later. We also have some carpet, so we're going to try custom carpeting your brand new enclosure.
Yep.
And then we also have a square speaker terminal thing. So that goes on the side of the box and connects to the woofer voice coils, and that's how we will supply power to your subwoofer. Absolutely. So all that's inside, but for right now, we also want to take a look at the old subwoofer. Can you go ahead and pull that out?
Let's pull it out. So I've already disconnected it. And if you can, flip that seat down, Brad.
Okay.
And let's take a look at this thing. I found this subwoofer a long time ago on the side of the road, and it was in decent shape, but over the years sitting in the garage, it's just been weathered too much. And we did a quick carpeting job on it, but one of the things is that the carpet is completely falling off. And that's really stemming from the box falling apart. As you can see, all the particles on the side of it.
Wood's coming off.
Yep. And that happens, right? So this was a quick job at the time, but we knew we needed to upgrade. So on top of that, as a 10-inch subwoofer that was in here, I think this was made by Boston Acoustic.
It was.
It was. And as you can see, the dust coil, I think that's what they call that, is falling off.
Dust cap, yeah.
Yep, and then I think it's also got some other issues with it. So obviously it's time. We needed an upgrade. The 10-inch subwoofer for this cart sounded good, but I wanted some more bass. I wanted to be deeper bass, so we went with a 12-inch for this particular project. Out with the old, and then we'll start putting in the new.
We're not going to do ported. We're going to do a sealed enclosure. Sealed enclosures hit tighter. They don't go as deep low as far as low frequencies go, but they are tighter bass. And we're not going to bother with the port or anything like that this time. We also have some polyfill to throw inside of the box, and polyfill helps the box seem like a bigger box to the woofer that is mounted into it.
Yep.
Now also, we're going to have to mimic this enclosure style because we want it to fit just like the old one. But at the same time, we do have a 12-inch woofer that we're going to be putting in here. This is a 10. So we're going to have to figure out if we have enough width to actually hold the 12. And also, we probably want to make it as big as possible because the 12-inch woofer needs a certain amount of airspace. And I believe it was anywhere from 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5 per driver. So we're going to try to get as close to that as we can. And if we can't, we'll have to deal with what we have. We have a limited amount of space down here, as we will show you guys here in a few minutes.
And one last thing, whoever built this box at the time, they used an old style of just cutting a hole in the back and then sticking the speaker wire out of there. So that's letting air out, right? We don't want that. So that's why Crutchfield was nice enough to send us over a new speaker connector, which is going to be a nice connection, perfectly sealed. It's going to be great.
And also you can see as we're working on it, you guys can't quite see this, but literally the box is all over the back of the golf cart now because it is literally disintegrating as we look at it. So what's our next step? Should we show them all the brand new stuff we got from Crutchfield?
Absolutely.
All right, why don't you grab this old disintegrating box and let's get out of here.
I got a plan for this old box too.
Okay, we're back in the garage and we brought all the stuff out that we got from Crutchfield. The only thing Crutchfield did not provide, just because I forgot at the time, was this polyfill for inside of the box. But they did provide this 12-inch dual voice coil kicker comp woofer. This is the CWR12, and I'm really hyped to see what this thing can do in our own custom enclosure.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this compared to the old Boston Acoustic subwoofer that we had before? It's a different age, a lot newer technology, and do you think that this is an advantage that we have a much newer style woofer with new technology?
Absolutely. On top of that, it's a 12-inch subwoofer, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to be dealing with, is that's why we're building a custom box, but to maximize the amount of volume at the same time. So we have some tricks up our sleeve to get the volume that we need.
We do.
Hence why we had the polyfill. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Also, we got some carpet here from Crutchfield. It's just standard enclosure carpet for speakers. It is black, and we probably have enough to do 25 boxes, so we'll have some extra for the future. And then what was the last thing we got from Crutchfield?
Yeah, we got this nice connector here. So we haven't opened it up yet, but pretty simple. So this is what's going to seal that off. So when you have that connection from your speaker wire from the amp that goes to the subwoofer. It makes that clean connection there.
Right, and also when we put that in, we'll go ahead and caulk around it so it'll be absolutely sealed all the way around here. And if you notice on the back, it has these spade type terminals. I have a bunch of those. I have all the solder stuff for that. So we're gonna do it correctly when we do it. We're gonna do everything the right way so that it looks nice and that it performs great. So one cool thing about ordering from Crutchfield as opposed to something like Amazon is their technical support is amazing. They offer full lifetime technical support. That means when we're 75, if this woofer dies, we can call them and say, hey, this woofer's doing this, and they'll offer us free technical support. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's awesome. That's a great benefit from buying directly from Crutchfield.
And they have so many good technical support features that we'll touch on some of those during this video. But for right now, we want to talk about our enclosure and what we're going to be doing to build our enclosure.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we have to go over is how we're going to build this box, right? So I went out and got ourselves a nice big old piece of 3/4 MDF for us, right? MDF is the preferred wood that most people use when they build a box. It's really good, it's strong, and it holds up, and it makes a great sound at the same time.
Absolutely. They recommend not using plywood or anything like that because of the sound qualities of the plywood. You can see we have some MDF over here, and basically all MDF is it's like shavings of wood that are pressed together and glued together.
Absolutely.
So when they cut other wood, they take that, they press it together, they glue it, and that makes this big, huge sheet of MDF right here. Now, how much was that sheet?
Yeah, I paid about 50 bucks for it, so wood prices are a little up, but not too bad.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So we have this right here. Now, what are we gonna do in order to go ahead and measure? Where are we starting? What is our starting point for building?
Yeah, so the first thing that we wanna do is we obviously wanna get down here, take some really good measurements. We want this thing to fit in there really snug, maximize the space because we have a big subwoofer going in, but at the same time, what we don't want is a big bulky box sticking out. So we're really gonna get down and take some serious measurements and make sure this box is perfect.
Right, that sounds good. And then once we measure everything, how are we going to go ahead and mark that out and cut it on the actual wood?
So we have a couple sawhorses that we have set up outside. So we're going to get the MDF set up out there. We're going to take our measurements and then we're going to go out there, take a pencil, we're going to lay it out, cut to the size that we need. From there, we're going to obviously start to assemble it.
Okay.
Part of that assembly is making sure that everything fits up correctly, screwing it together while using wood glue to make sure that we got a good bond so it stays together nice. After that, we're going to need to caulk it to make sure that we're sealing up every opportunity that we have so air doesn't escape.
So we have a couple of tubes of caulk in there that I found in the shed a few minutes ago. We'll use that in all the seams on the inside. We should be able to go through the actual 12-inch hole for the last board to go ahead and caulk that last little section. We can just use our fingers and run it in the inside.
Absolutely.
And then after that, do we have a plan for carpeting? I thought I saw you watching a video about how to do like the edges and everything and fold over the carpet.
I did. So I carpeted the last box and that was kind of a rush job, but I wanted to make sure I did it perfect. So sometimes it's not bad to just go on YouTube and watch someone else give you some advice on doing it. So I watched a quick video and I'm going to try to duplicate that, and I think it's going to end up being really nice.
And you don't just cut it straight. There's a special pattern you cut and then everything folds over nice and neat, huh?
Yeah, really, really easy. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is obviously make a cutout for this to get inserted in there.
Yeah,
so
how are we going to do that?
So you have a jigsaw, so we're going to obviously get a template made. I believe that this is going to be pretty simple because we're going to lay this down, do a quick measurement, cut the hole out where it needs to go, and this will sit flush right in the box.
Yeah, I kind of have an idea of what I want to do with that. So it's the inner square here that's going to flush mount. So we'll take that, we'll measure that, we'll cut it, and then we'll just take a drill bit, put a drill hole there, and we'll jigsaw this out nice and neat. That'll sit nice and flush. It'll look great on top of the carpet, and the carpet will seal off any of the airflow, so we don't really have to do any caulking on the inside.
I don't believe so. Yep.
So that sounds like our plan for actually building the box, but first, we got to get a bunch of measurements done.
We do.
Let's get down here and take a look at what we have and get some measurements done on this cart.
Let's do it.
We're back in the garage with another sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. We have this awesome AIXPI. We don't quite know how to pronounce it. We did some research, but we couldn't find it. So we're gonna call it AIXPI or AXPI, this solar sensor light here. And I'm pretty hyped about this, Joe. This is pretty cool. What do you know about this thing from looking at the facts?
It's LED, which is nice.
240 LEDs also.
Exactly, and it's solar powered. So you never have to have any power supplied to it. It's ready to go at any time.
Right, now here's the sensor part of it. So this is what detects your actual motion. And so this thing is solar powered. You can see the solar cell right here, how it charges. There's the connector that you mount this with. They give you another little bracket here. So basically what you do is you mount that to your house or your gutters or whatever. Then this thing just simply slides right there.
Yep.
All right, so this thing is not fully charged. Admittedly, it's been sitting in the kitchen, but you can see when I turn it on, it flashes. It's pretty bright, even
Very bright.
completely dead. So thank you AIXPI for this awesome solar security light. 3000 lumens is pretty bright, and it's just got a tiny little lithium-ion battery sitting inside this little box right here. Now let's get back to the video and see what's going on at Supercar Street Racing.
All right, so we're going to take a couple of basic measurements right now.
Right.
One of the things that I really want to do is to get as much space as possible for the volume that we need for the speaker. With that, I also want to make it as clean as possible and flush so that when this box goes in here, we don't have folks that are sitting on the back riding around having the speaker box pushing out. So with that, I'm going to hit the bottom here. It tapers back a little bit towards the top, but I can't worry about that. My measurements need to be where I know it can fit.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do 14 inches deep.
Okay.
We're going to maximize the width, maybe a little bit shorter. We'll make a call on that, but we can go up to 18 3/4.
Okay.
And then on the height, we're going to try to really get as much as possible, but we have to keep room for the subwoofer because it's facing up. And there are some metal brackets that run across the top here, so we have to be very careful that we leave enough room for not only that subwoofer to fit in there, but for the excursion of the subwoofer, the up and down of the subwoofer.
Exactly, and also the top of the subwoofer probably sits a little bit up. We have to open it up to really get those exact details though.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got roughly 13 1/4 on that. So what we'll probably end up doing is making this box roughly maybe 10.5 to 11 inches tall to give us the room that we need.
So when you measured your 14-inch depth, did you measure to the edge right here?
I did. Well, I measured it just here, although it will stick out a little bit, but your legs will not sit on it because your legs are going to come out here. So it's going to come right to this part over here.
Okay, that sounds great. That looks like the measurements that will work for us. So now let's go ahead and unbox the actual subwoofer right here. What do you think?
Sound good? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this subwoofer out, get a couple of basic measurements on here. The biggest thing that we're worried about right now is the height of where it's gonna sit above the box that we build itself to make sure that we have room for the subwoofer to sit on top and to have the room for it to move up and down. So let's take a look at it. All right, inside the box, always awesome is we got a nice sticker there to put somewhere, usually on a good outdoor refrigerator. And inside the box, we got this beautiful, nice, brand new competition kicker subwoofer. It looks amazing.
We don't need that where we're going?
All right, so let's go and open this thing up and get inside here. All right, I will say, just from the looks alone, this is a beautiful looking subwoofer. The first thing I noticed is that the outside is very strong and it's got this really strong red stitching inside. It's a really great looking subwoofer here. So this is a competition speaker, and although I'm not going to be entering any competitions with this, it's going to drive really good solid bass. So I don't have to turn it up too loud to drown it out. It's going to have really good deep tones in it. On the back, we got a really nice large magnet on the back, and then we have great connections right here. It's a 4-ohm dual voice coil, so there's 2 connections on both sides, positive and negative. One of the great things about this speaker already is the easy setup for putting the speaker wires in there. It's a push connection, so you push this open, slide your speaker wire right in there, let off, and it puts a nice connection. And now we're going to pass this over to Brad to give you some more technical aspects of this great subwoofer.
Okay, we're right here in front of the Kicker Comp 12-inch woofer. It is the Comp R. Now this guy has 500 watts RMS power handling. The RMS part means it's the average power that it can handle. It can handle up to 1000 watts peak also. Now taking a look at this woofer, if you're unfamiliar with dual voice coil woofers, basically there are 2 connections here. There's one on each side here, and what that means is each voice coil has an impedance level. This impedance level here is 4 ohms, this one is 4 ohms. So depending on your amplifier and what the actual ohm load it can handle is how you wire up this woofer. If you put both of these voice coils here in parallel, it'll be a 2 ohm load presented to your amplifier. If you put them in series, it would be an 8 ohm load. So for our amplifier can handle a 2 ohm load. We're going to take off of this voice coil, go to this voice coil, and then off of this voice coil, go down to the connector. That's going to present a 2 ohm load to the amplifier. We can prove that with an ohm meter also. We can put it on the end of the second wire here as we loop here, and then out, we should see a 2 ohm-ish load at the amplifier.
All right, so here we are on to our next step. We took some really good measurements, and one of the things that we were most concerned with was the height of the actual subwoofer because it's going to be facing up. So with that, we had roughly 13.25 to play with, so we're going to reduce our height down to about 12 inches. That gets us about 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches of play to make sure that we have enough room for the top of that subwoofer to not only sit in there, but to have room for it to go up and down. All right, so one of the most important measurements for us was to make sure that we had enough room for the subwoofer to sit in there. So we roughly have about 13.25 inches of height that we can play with. We're gonna reduce that down to about 12 inches. That's gonna be more than enough room for that subwoofer to sit on the top and have room for it to go up and down. So what we're gonna do is take a few minutes here to kind of outline the box itself. So there's gonna be quite a few cuts. One of the things that we don't have at our leisure is a nice big table saw. So we're gonna be doing this by hand. So to make sure that we get as best cuts as possible, I have this straight edge here that we're gonna use to clamp down to make sure that when we're running our skill saw, that we get a nice clean cut. So we're gonna take a few minutes right now to take these measurements, transpose them onto our MDF and start outlining all the cuts that we need to get done. And then from there, we can start to assemble the box. So we took a couple of minutes to make sure that the measurements were correct. And we went ahead and wrote them down just so that you guys can understand what we're doing. So the first thing is that we got to put a top and a bottom and 4 sides. So for the top, we know that we needed 18.5 inches in width and we had 14 inches of depth to put it towards the back of the golf cart. So with that, we just times that times 2. So our tops are going to be 18.5 inches by 14 inches. Easy cuts for those. Now we need to do the 4 sides. Our 4 sides are not equal because the front and the back are going to be 18.5 inches, which will match the width. However, we need to go 10.5 inches to take in consideration that this is 3/4 inch MDF. So with that being sandwiched between the top and the bottom, we needed to take off 1.5 inches. So we wanted to get to 12 inches, so we're gonna do 10.5 inches on that. And then for the left and the right, that one, it's 14 inches. In regards to the depth, same thing, 10.5 inches to make sure that we have the room to sandwich it to get to our 12 inches. So here we go. We're gonna go ahead and lay out the exact measurements that we want. So one of the things that I always try to do is we have plenty of wood here. So I don't mind having a little bit of scrap left over, but I always try to utilize any of the factory edges. So we need 2 cuts on this particular one. So what we're gonna do is measure out 14 inches for the top. So on here, we're gonna lay out 14 inches and then we're gonna have 2 cuts here to complete the top and the bottom, which are gonna be roughly 18.5 inches. All right, so here we are. We're gonna take the time to cut this out. We got a little break in the weather, so we're gonna make this pretty fast. Like I said, we had already laid out all of our measurements. So from here, we're just gonna make our quick cuts, get back inside as quick as possible. So again, we don't have a table saw. So to try to get this to be as even as possible, I'm gonna take this straight edge here. We're gonna clamp it down so that we can bump our skill saw right up against it and make a quick, so we can make a quick cut and hopefully it's nice and straight. You're pinching it. Are you ready? Okay. And for the sake of time, I'm turning and burning here, right? You ready? If you blow us off, we can come back inside the garage, close the door.
Guys, I am so happy to announce Crutchfield as an official sponsor for Supercar Street Racing, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about what makes them special. Now, one of the biggest things about Crutchfield is obviously their technical support. You have free lifetime technical support on everything. You get a 60-day price drop protection at Crutchfield. 60-day returns is also awesome. They offer that. They have all kinds of information on their website, like DIY articles and videos, a huge car stereo database. They can figure out what fits your car. They also offer free custom vehicle instructions, car-specific installation packages, research, wiring, and things like that. They've been doing it since 1974. Check out Crutchfield. I will have a link in the description. Buy what you need from them and support the channel, and let them know Supercar Street Racing sent you. All right, as you guys just saw, we were outside cutting all of our parts for our enclosure, and you did a little rough math on ChatGPT. And how big was that box?
Yeah, so it actually came out to about 1.29 cubic feet in volume, which is perfect.
Absolutely perfect. The woofer has, I think, a range of 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5
I believe so.
feet, so that's perfect. So what is our next step here?
Yeah, we're gonna get into the assembly part of it. So pretty straightforward. So I got a couple clamps. We'll kind of roughly put this together. The biggest thing is that we're gonna get our wood glue down, we're gonna clamp it together, and then we're gonna pre-drill our holes, because what we don't want is the wood to split. MDF is a little susceptible, even in the cut, when we cut it, a little piece chipped off. So to stop that from happening, we'll get this roughly put together with the clamps, put the glue on it, and then we'll take the time to pre-drill our holes, and then we'll countersink, if we want to, may not be necessary, our screws in there to make sure we get a good, nice contact and a good screw down.
Sounds great. Let's get to work.
Yeah, let's do it.
Got your drill ready here?
Yep, got a good bit. Where's our screws at, so we can make sure that we have the correct screw size.
Okay.
Make sure we got plenty of the same. These are 2.5. We're gonna pre-drill to get our holes, then we'll take it back apart, and then we'll glue it, and then we'll screw it back in, all right?
Okay, is this looking good right here?
Yeah, just so you can see in the center. Yep, perfect. Let's go straight in. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so now we'll disassemble, get the glue ready.
Perfect. Wondering if we should have countersunk them, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Got
no!
him.
I let go of it. It didn't hold.
Oh!
Well, it is what it is.
Whoa!
Pop another one in there?
Nope, go ahead and screw that one in.
Whoa!
Yep. All right, so as you just saw, we assembled the box. It actually went pretty smooth. We did have one little issue where I made one mistake on a cut, but that was very easy to fix. We just had to take a little bit more off. The box went together perfectly. The fact that we were using a circular saw and everything was almost perfect was shocking to me, to be honest with you.
And there's only like
That much
clearance.
It is absolutely sitting in there perfect. So our measurements were right on spot. The box is almost perfect. Very happy with it. So from here, what we're gonna end up doing now is removing it and carpeting it. So we are not the best carpenters by any means, but I think we're gonna be able to do a good job on this. So we'll let you guys follow along, but it goes pretty fast. And so far, this project's been pretty smooth. I think we're at about 3 hours in. The majority of our time is really moving cameras around, doing stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe we got an hour and a half maybe
Probably.
into this project so far. And once we get this carpeted, put in the speaker in, goes very fast, and we'll be done.
All right, should we get this box out of here real quick?
Let's do it. We're gonna do our best here.
Next time you do it, you'll be an expert.
Maybe. Now that together, this together.
Perfect.
Okay, you're gonna hold this tight. Pull that and hold it tight. Pull it towards you. Okay.
That's sick. Should peel off, right? And then that flaps down and you're done.
Drape it over it, pull it hard again. It's actually not bad. That's not bad. All right, flip it over.
All right, guys, you just saw us carpet this enclosure with the half moon method that we borrowed from Soundman. And now what you're seeing is we're cutting out the hole for the speaker so that I can go ahead and start wiring. Now, this wiring is going to involve going from voice coil to voice coil, first of all, to make this woofer in a 4 ohm to 4 ohm parallel load will be 2 ohms at the speaker connector. And then also what you're seeing is me crimping these connectors on and then using my heat gun to go ahead and heat shrink the end of the connectors onto the wire. So all that's happening right now, let's take a look at it. Now what you're seeing here is we are installing the woofer, and we're making 100% sure that we are covering up the surround with a piece of plastic while we're screwing in the screws so we don't make any stupid mistakes. All right, we're back, and we did install the subwoofer enclosure, and we've been adjusting the amplifier a little bit, the gains on the amplifier, just to compensate for a different subwoofer that might be a little bit more sensitive or less sensitive than the other one. We turned the gains down on channels 1 and 2, which are supposed to be the highs, but it's actually, I think, 3 and 4. But turn the gain down on that, and then when volume goes up on everything else, it'll bring the subwoofer level up. Because the subwoofer gains are maxed out on the amp. The amp is pushing as much possible power as it can, which means we also might need a second amplifier. But I was going to suggest, and I will send you a link to this, I was going to suggest we get a 12-volt USB fan and strap it right to the side of your amplifier and power it off of your inverter in there. It's got a USB port.
Keep it a little cool.
It'll cool your amp off and keep it from going into overheat. Okay, you can see the woofer clearly through the back here. If you ever pull up to a party or anything, all you gotta do is open the back hatch and you've got that woofer.
Yeah, and the other reason it's up right now is because this panel, it rattles. So we're gonna probably have to do some dynamatting. Sounds so good, like perfect. Sounds really, really good.
It is. That was a lot of power it was pushing for that. All right, that came out really good, but maybe we can do some improvements. What do you think about maybe improving the amplifier side of the bass?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the current amp is working, but this 12-inch subwoofer can handle a whole lot more power, and certainly with the battery that we have in this thing, it can take a bigger amp. So it might be a good idea to go on Crutchfield again, look around, see what makes sense, and beef it up a little bit. Sounds good to me. I'll get in touch with Crutchfield tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's wrap it up from in here and throw it back to literally us. Yeah. Okay guys, so you just saw us build an entire enclosure for this club car. How did that go? How was it? I thought it went pretty easy. I mean, we had a couple of tight measurements that we had to figure out, but otherwise, I think the whole box put together very nice. So you just saw us build the box from scratch. Right. Install it, test it, run it, and it turned out great. Right, it did. During the process, we need a little extra help. So one of the things that we're able to do is go to the Crutchfield site, do a little research on there. They got a lot of great stuff on there. They have videos, articles, a lot of various different links that help you out, which was tremendous amount of help for us when we built this. And don't forget also their phone support. You can actually give those guys a call and they would be more than happy to walk you through anything that they can. And if they don't know it, I bet you they can find an answer. Absolutely. Today you saw us do all the steps to get that enclosure put into this 2017 club car. So if you have a club car and you'd like to copy our design, I'm gonna go ahead and put the dimensions down in the description. I'll put all the products that we use down in the description. Go ahead and click our affiliate links because that helps us out tremendously. Crutchfield wants you guys to use these links so they can see if you guys are engaged in watching Supercar Street Racing. All right, well, we're all wrapped up here. I just want to say thank you to everyone, including our sponsor today, to give us this awesome subwoofer that we put in, and to the 150,000 subscribers that you have obviously built up over a lot of work and a lot of time. So thank you all for subscribing. Right. If you haven't, like and subscribe. It's a super big help for us. It is. And if you're just here, if you found the video somehow and you're not a subscriber, it does help a lot if you'll hit that subscribe button. Leave us a comment too. We're really interested in what you guys are doing on your club car. And if you do this same project, we want to know about it, and I want some video of it. I'll put it on my channel and feature it for everybody. Love it. Because we really hope that you guys like our design and you copy it. Yeah, and you know what? We want to hear from you so that we know if we made some mistakes, we don't mind it, you know? Absolutely. Part of the learning process is making mistakes, and we're fine with that. We kind of learn everything on the fly sometimes, especially like with this carpet job. That is an on-the-fly thing. That was the first time that we've ever tried that. Correct. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We got to go to lunch because we're starving. Let's go. Let's go.
He blows my camera sideways. Ah yes, there are very few things that rival the sensory overload associated with the burnout. You've got the smell, you've got the smoke, you've got the vibrations, it's awesome. People love burnouts, unless they happen to be wearing a law enforcement uniform or something like that. Burnouts are necessary for drag strip runs to heat up tires. Generally on the street, you don't really need to do anything like that, especially with roll-on races. So, burnouts are just for pure pleasure. That's what we like to see. The impressive thing about these burnouts are the fact that they start at about 40 miles an hour. So this black Supra has enough power to break the wheels loose at about 40 miles an hour, both wheels. Gets a little sketchy sometimes. Being careful about the rider in front. It's majestic seeing the smoke just pour off the wheels in the back and disappear behind the car. Keep in mind there's a camera bike back there. Burnout was seen by an officer perched at the side of the road about 5 miles away, so we had a little talk afterwards. Everybody drove away and lived happily ever after.
.3.5 Supra hardtop, very rare. There's only a few hundred hardtops made in that year. Running 74mm innovative turbo, 1000 cc fuel injectors, and I have 264 cam springs and retainers. Motor.
You guys might want to take another 100 yards just so that you're comfortable right where you want to be when you take off. It's nice to roll at your speed and just set your gear where you want to be. So about another 100 yards. This is a great matchup. The rider on the ZX-10 is a fairly large guy, but still the ZX-10 managed to squirt away briefly before the 900 horsepower Supra takes it down well before the finish line, and then just adds to his lead as the speeds get up higher and higher, and the ZX-10 begins to lose steam aerodynamically. I think that boy has about 900 horsepower. That was nice. That was actually really good. You just squirted past him, and then he was trying to hold. You're losing, you're gaining ground just a little bit, and then he just took you in.
189 miles an hour, 28 pounds of boost, which is about 7 PSI into my max.
Very nice.
It's probably got another 100 real horsepower.
Oh, you'll need that for the ZX14. That was really good. It was about what I expected, in that he took off just a little bit, you chased him down. Once the speed gets high, he's going to run out.
That was pretty wild.
The Supra allows the Lamborghini a little bit of a jump, knowing that it's got enough horsepower to chase it down, which it does quite handily as soon as the boost comes on.
Super's fast. Super's fast? Lambo's not so fast.
That, my friends, is a pretty big alligator on the other side over there. And you can see him chilling on the beach. Big ass alligator. Ladies and gentlemen, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have this Marantz Cinema 50. Now, this is the best receiver I've ever owned. The other two receivers are Marantz Cinema 70S's. We stepped it up this time for the home theater room and have some other upgrades in mind too, which are hidden under this blanket. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna get this Marantz Cinema 50 unboxed. This is a 9.4 channel receiver, 110 watts per channel. It does everything. It does THX, it does Atmos, it does IMAX, everything in one box in the Marantz Cinema 50. And that's all coming up today when we unbox this high-end Marantz receiver on Supercar Street Racing. We are back on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back. If you're new, welcome to the channel for the first time. And if you've been here before, we appreciate you coming back to check out the Marantz Cinema 50. Now, this is one of the 3 flagship models for Marantz. There is a Cinema 40 and a Cinema 30 that go below this one. But the Cinema 50 is a 9.4 channel receiver with 110 watts by 9. Plenty of power for what most everyone needs for a home theater. And then of course it also has 4 discrete subwoofer outputs. And from what I understand, you can control those separately in the software. Now this Cinema 50 I picked up on Black Friday for $500 off. It was a total of $2,000. It is not sponsored by Marantz. I was gonna try to get them to sponsor it, but they never answered my emails. This was paid for in full by Supercar Street Racing to bring directly to you guys so we can show you what this thing is all about. Now in the bedroom over there, we do have the Cinema 70S. The S is a slimline version of the Cinema receiver. And also in the living room, we have a Cinema 70S. And I am super hyped to have this in my home theater. And you can see right behind me here, we have a 4K projector from Anker. This is a Cosmos Max, and we have been using this projector for a couple of years and have had no issues whatsoever with it. We're gonna be coupling this with the Anker Cosmos Max to see how good the sound is, and we're gonna let you guys know. Now I want you to be prepared when you get the Cinema 50 that this thing is heavy, so be prepared to lift when this thing comes to your house. I was actually out of town and my neighbors brought it in for me, but it is sitting right here on top of this mystery box, which will be revealed at a later date. I say we go ahead, get this thing unboxed so you guys can take a look at what's inside the box. All right, we are down here by my old setup. Now what we have right here is a Pioneer VSX 933. I have had this receiver for a few years now, but I am upgrading. I am going to get rid of this and go ahead and put this Cinema 50 right here in its place. And what we're going to be doing with this Pioneer is we're going to be moving that to the audio closet. We have a whole other project going for that where we are going to take the back of the audio closet off and have a nice access for all of our audio gear. So that is going to be removed. The Advent center channel speaker is staying in its place where it always has been. And so is the EX1200 Ultra Bass from Behringer. That is my low frequency enhancer for bass. Okay, we are also replacing the JBL studio monitors, and I can't tell you right now exactly what that is going to be because we're going to do that later on another video. Those will be going also. The subwoofer is staying in place though, and the center channel for now is staying directly in place. Now we might change the center channel. We just need to figure out how much height we have. We are moving everything down lower with a shelf, so everything will be closer to the ground. I'm hoping that we can put a nice center channel in right above this. All right, guys, we are right in front of this beautiful Cinema 50 box right now to get this thing unboxed on Supercar Street Racing. Do me a favor while you have a chance, go ahead and hit that like button and that subscribe button, and let's get this locked in so you guys can come back and check out all the cool stuff on the channel. Now, what we have in front of me here is the box, and you can see some of the features right here on top of the box: Atmos, IMAX, DTS:X, Aura 3D, IMAX Enhanced, Odyssey, Dirac, HDMI. This thing is just loaded with so many features that we cannot even say them all right now. It does do Ultra HD with HDCP 2.3, Dolby Vision, HDR10 Plus, and the list just goes on and on for the Cinema 50. Now our goal today is to go ahead and get this unboxed and see what is inside of it. So what do you say we do that? There's not much more on the outside of the box. Let's take the patented SCSR knife and go ahead and slice open this $2,000 receiver that is one of the 3 or 4 high-end models for Marantz. There are 2 more models underneath this, and when I said that the Cinema 70S was a flagship model, it is not. It is the lowest end of it, but it also is slim, so if you need a slimline receiver, it is perfect for that. Looking inside the box, this thing also is compatible with your smart home. But if I say the name, it'll wake up. It is compatible with the Amazon ecosystem. You can use it with that. I don't know how that goes yet, so we will have to check that out later on. But right inside the box, as with all the other Marantz receivers, we have this beautiful box that has all the accessories inside. And opening this up, we have a nice quick start guide here. We've got our remote control here, which looks just like the other remotes that I have. I have 2 more of these. We have our Wi-Fi antennas. They do give you batteries. These are the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antennas. Let's put them back so they don't get lost. And then here is a little pamphlet about HEOS right here. Inside further, we have our antennas. We have 1 AM and 1 FM antenna. Below that, they do give you some awesome labels to go ahead and label your speakers. Also in the box here from the Cinema 50, we do have the Odyssey mic to go ahead and set up the room. And we have our standard power cable right here for you. And what a nice presentation by Marantz. They always bring it when it comes to giving a good look when you open up the packaging. Now let's take the included foam out. We're not going to need this where we're going. And then sitting so fly and so fresh right below that is the Marantz receiver with a nice sticker on top and then covered in styrofoam to protect it. Now let's get this out of the box and onto the table. All right, right in front of me is the Marantz Cinema 50, looking amazing. I ordered the silver and gold. I thought it was so cool. Kind of a retro look on the outside, but also super modern. And looking at the front right here, we do have a couple of pieces of tape to protect the door. And you can see up front the selector for everything except the volume. This side would be the volume, that side is everything else. And inside the door here on the Marantz Cinema 50, you can see all the controls. You can see a USB port and also a mic input for the Odyssey and Dirac input, and I believe Dirac is optional. I'm not 100% sure. So looking at the front, it is very clean. I don't know if it shows up on camera, but this is actually gold and silver. This is supposed to be gold right here. You can kind of see the reflection there. And that is it for the front. There is not a whole lot to say. It is a very clean looking receiver. There is a headphone jack there. There's a brushed aluminum look right there. And then you just have there your input and your volume controls. And then all the rest of your settings are right here on the buttons. I'm assuming the receiver thinks that you're going to do most everything from the on-screen menu. Now we have the back of the receiver propped up for you here so you can take a look at what we have on the rear for inputs. And taking a look directly in the rear, we do see starting at the upper left, we have the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi antenna connection. We have a duplicate one right over here on the right-hand side. Right below that, we have the FM and AM connectors there. Next to that, we have the audio inputs. So these are all analog audio inputs. You have one cable sat, one media player, an aux, and a CD, and a phono for analog inputs. Right above that, we have a remote control RCA jack, RS-232 jack, a DC 12 volt DC out jack. Right up above that, we have the coaxial digital audio inputs, 2 optical inputs, and next to that we have a jack for Ethernet. Now a very important part of the back of this, if you're going to expand your home theater with outboard amplification, is this preamp output section here. You have preamp outputs here for zone 2, and then you have separate preamp outputs for every single thing you could possibly want. It is very rare to get preamp outputs nowadays. They are cheapening out and not including them on most receivers. So you have everything back here, and you have your 4 subwoofer jacks right here. Now it looks to me, I'm not sure without looking at the manual and the software, but I think these are all discrete and available in the menu to fine tune. Now above that, we have our inputs and outputs as far as HDMI. We have a cable sat, we have media player, Blu-ray, we have game, we have aux 1, aux 2, and then moving to the right is our monitor outputs. We have a zone 2 4K output, we have a zone 1 ARC output, and then below that you see the speaker outputs. Now these are configurable depending on your configuration of speakers from the software. So depending on if you're doing Dolby Atmos speakers or you're just doing in-ceiling speakers or what have you, you can go in and specify which ones of these jacks are going to be powering which speakers in your system. This is a 9.4 surround sound system, and it does have 110 watts per channel. Now at the very bottom on the speaker output, you see we have front, right, center, surround right, surround left, surround back left, right, height right, and height left, and then height to right and height to left. And as I stated before, a lot of these are configurable from within the software, so they will help you determine your proper setup for your home theater system, depending on the speakers you have. Now in this room right now, we only have fronts, we only have a center, and we only have surrounds. So we will be changing that at some point. We're gonna change some things immediately and some things in a few weeks, but for right now, that's all we have. Okay, connecting this receiver to my system will be easy because all we have to do is basically plug in the power. We have banana plugs for our speakers. We have a network cable for network. And so it'll be as easy as pie to just go ahead and swap this receiver over. So what do you say we get this old thing out of here and bring in the SODIMM 50 to do its job, what it was designed for? Let's get going. All right, we're in front of the old setup here. We have our Advent center channel sitting right on top. Now this is very old. The center is very dusty. This center channel has been around for about 15 years. It has done itself a good service. However, this will be being retired when I get a new center channel speaker. Let's go ahead and unplug that. They are banana plugs on the back, easy peasy. Let's go ahead and turn that off so we don't break some stuff. And there is the center channel uninstalled. Now our Behringer Ultra Bass is sitting on top of that. It is also very easy to remove. Let's go ahead and remove the center channel banana plugs from the back. And now they are removed. That is our center channel wire. Let's go ahead and get the Ultra Base out. And the nice old Pioneer is being retired, as I said before. We have our projector plugged into the ARC output. We have a Fire Stick that is also being retired. We have an Xbox One S that is being removed for now. There it is. Okay, we have unplugged our Xbox One S. It is out. I'm gonna unplug the network connection. We have a Cat 5 cable running in here for network. I might replace these banana plugs. These are terrible, terrible connectors. I remember when I made them. And I'm unplugging the surround speakers, banana plugs. And then I'm unplugging the Behringer Ultra Bass. It is connected via RCA to the subwoofer output. This thing is ready to be disconnected. All right, we're now able to remove the old Pioneer and take it out of service completely. And even though we are changing our entertainment center, we need to wipe down the entertainment center right now. This is going away. I ordered a audio rack that sits directly on the floor. It'll drop everything down about 6 inches. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and clean behind here as well. Dirty. Now I will be redoing the audio outputs because I have new wiring for this, but that is for the next video. For now, let's get the Cinema 50 over here where we can hook it up. Okay, we got our Cinema 50 here looking so fly and so fresh. And what we will be doing now is connecting it. Pay no attention to those crooked boxes that I put in when I wasn't good at it. Now I'm very good at doing it, so never mind those. What we're going to be connecting is power. So we have our power wire over here. We're going to be redoing this all as soon as we get our shelf. So this is just temporary. Let's get our power wire connected here. It is a standard 2-prong connector. All right, we got our Cinema 50 plugged in and it is not powered on yet, so pretty simple to wire up. We are going to we actually have 2 inputs for the Ultra Bass. I'm going to connect those to sub 1 and sub 2 there. Let's go ahead and get this up on top. We don't have enough slack, but that is sub 1 and sub 2. This actually accepts 2 inputs and outputs 1 output for your sub. Basically super easy. The rest of the hookups we're going to connect once we spin the receiver around. We'll connect the ARC. Now unfortunately it is on completely the other side from the other receiver, so that's a bummer. Very, very bummer. Let's go ahead and connect our surround. These are not surround back, these are surround. Surround back would go next to you, so surround goes, oh, they're way over here. Right here, the surround channels are down here. But working our way from this way to that way, we actually have front, right, and left, the closest. So why don't we hook those up with these awful connectors that I almost threw away. Now I don't know which one is left and which one is right. I guess I could pop a battery, and it just so happened to come with some. We have a battery tester here. Let's go ahead and see which one is left and which one is right. Left here. So here is front, left, and right. This one is coming out of the actual connector. It's so bad. But don't worry, I am redoing that ASAP. This is surround. They are not marked. Wait, what?
These nuts.
That doesn't do anything. That's surround right. This should be surround left. It didn't do anything. Speaker's blown up. The speaker does not work. Surround left does not work. So I have some troubleshooting to do. Maybe the speaker died. I've had it happen before. And now let's plug network in. And our Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antennas. And the last thing will be our HDMI, but it's way on the other side and that means it has to bend. Okay, it is plugged in to the ARC output. I am bummed about that speaker not working though. Okay, we did discover that our surround speaker is not working for whatever reason. I don't think it is the wiring from the receiver to the wall. I think it must be the actual speaker that is blown. Sometimes these old speakers do that and you have to like tap them and they will come back. But for now, we do have the Cinema 50 hooked up. We have not powered it on yet. I want to go ahead and get it powered up and get all the firmware updates done if there are any. So it is connected to ARC. So we need to move our projector input over to ARC. So we go to input. Let's power it up. And it did power on. We see the Marantz logo up front. Aha, we have 1920 by 1080. All right, we are in the setup assistant. Let's lower the lighting in this area. All right, it says 8 next. I don't have more than 9. Now it's asking me for all of my speaker setup. This is the wizard. I do have surround speakers. They are already connected. One of them is broken. That was the subwoofer setup. It will allow you to do directional if you have double subwoofers or more than one. Your sound from the left front. There we do. Ah, the right's not working. It's that awful connector. No sound from the back speaker. Something is up with that speaker. Yep, I'm gonna have to get that speaker taken out. I need to see what's wrong with it. Okay guys, we did get our surround speaker fixed. The problem was when our attic got spray foamed, someone pulled the wire out. I had to recrimp it. Now we hear sound from the surround speaker. Okay, this is wanting us to go through the antenna connections. Those are there already. Network is already in wired. I heard sound. Now we go to home theater to name this. We want to go to auto update. We are Eastern time. This is asking you to download the HEIS app for the full experience. I do have the Marantz remote app already set up. So this is optional. You can buy the Odyssey Multi-EQ Editor app and you can buy Dirac. We already have the owner's manual. Let's go to done and let's see if we have any firmware updates for this guy. Let's go to setup, general. It's at the very bottom, firmware. All right, there is a firmware update. Let's go ahead and update it while I start making dinner. All right, the receiver has updated and is starting up after the update. We'll go ahead and see if there is another firmware update available for this thing at that point, but I doubt it will update again. Let's see. It almost boots up like a computer. There is another update. We'll go ahead and let that update while we eat. All right guys, we did just finish updating the Cinema 50. It took 2 firmware updates to fully get up to date and now it is finished. So we are done with this part of the video. In the next part of the video, we'll be doing a little bit more with the Cinema 50, such as the app and things like that, but this is going to be part 1 for now. So the next time we see you, we will be showing you a lot more of this. For now, that's all we're gonna do on the technical side of things with the Cinema 50, and then we will show you here in a few moments how to buy this thing on Amazon. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We're out here in the 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and I'm happy to have you here on the channel. If this is your first time, please like and subscribe. Or if you're a repeating watcher, thank you for being here once again, and I think you'll like what we have for you today. We have the Marantz Cinema 50 9.4 channel amplifier sitting in front of you right now. It's 100 watts by 9, as you can see right here on the Amazon listing. It has 4.6 stars, and I did buy silver and gold for the home theater room. It does 8K UHD, it does 3D audio, it does Dolby Atmos, pretty much anything you could want. Has a bunch of preamp outputs, and it supposedly has excellent sound quality, so we're going to test that in the next video. But yeah, go ahead and pick yourself up one. This is a good look at the Cinema 50 here. It's very stylish. And take a look at the back there at all the inputs. You can see all the preamp outputs and stuff. And then also it has configurable outputs for all the rest of the speakers. Like this room has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 speakers in it. Would be perfect for one of these, but we're just using this for editing. So yeah, go ahead and grab a Cinema 50 if you need one, and make sure that you order it through the link in the description, and it will help me out greatly. And it helps the channel out because we don't make any money on the channel. We just need to get a little bit of dollars here and there. But right now, we got to get straight out of here because we got to go do something. I don't know what we got to do. All right, here goes Patricia ripping the plaid. Go for it. That wasn't to the floor, was it?
No.
I found the tequila gun. Let's go. Oh my God. What does it taste like?
Tequila.
Oh, okay, cool. These alligators don't know what the hell to make of my drone over there. Look at my drone. Look at these alligators. I was trying to fly it over their head, but I'm sucking at it. These guys are staring at it like, get out of here.